welcome everybody. It's been a little while since I've done my last devlog. It's been a very busy few weeks where I don't know if something's going to happen or I'll get interrupted. One sec, I'm checking my mic volume. Because no matter what, it always likes to change to be way too dim. Yep, gotta set it to 75. Even if I tell it, don't let applications take control of the mic. It always happens. Okay, so there has been some progress since the last devblog. We're kind of on a storyline part where you've been brought to the station, the Nexus station, which is a Novus station, for escaping from the ESA. So when you do this, you land, and they're basically like, "Hey, we're going to repair your ship, but we need you. We need to know where you guys came from and why." So I'll show that part because it's part of the story, I guess. I'm still working on it though. I'll turn the volume down here. Okay. Okay, so the part that just happened is the ship just docked with this station, and now this other faction is basically just like going over your ship and kind of like, because in the game Novus aren't good guys either, but they're like not as bad as the ESA. So they're basically gonna decide that your ship is their ship eventually, especially given the information that you share with them. But I'm gonna do one thing first. I'm gonna set the dialogue to be not instant because it messes up the flow a little bit. It's if you're trying to do a speed read, it makes sense, but Captain Carol Everson, I presume. Yes, that's right. Let me introduce myself. I'm Commodore Duke Wellington, commander of the Novus 3rd Fleet. I'm also chief administrator. Pleased to meet you, Commodore. Lieutenant Archer was just catching me up on your situation. It looks like you've been through hell and back. I guess you could say that. What is this Earth Systems Alliance? They're an alliance in name only. In reality, they're a brutal empire. We've been fighting them for years. I'm surprised you haven't heard of them. We're not exactly from here. Then where are you from? How did you get here? If we're going to be offering protection, we'll need to know. It's a long story. It's classified. Captain, the Terran Republic no longer exists. There's no reason to keep it a secret. The crew deserves to know the truth. Yes, the ESA and Novus are working together secretly. They are in the main game. But this is a prelude, and this is the ship you get later in the game, but this part could potentially be like 3 years ago or something, like some time ago. So the idea is that Novus and ESA are secretly working together, but they weren't always secretly working together. It was a recent development. So this might even be before that point, by a few years or something. And the idea I kind of have for the ending of this prologue is what will lead to almost like where the captain or whoever goes through a gate and it goes bright and you like don't know what happened to him, and then in the main game they might come back or something. I haven't figured it out, but the bright light at the end will kind of lead to the bright light at the beginning of the main game where you're picking your character and stuff. So that's kind of what I have for the ending, but I haven't like gotten all the in-between parts yet. You win. Come over here. It all started around 30 years ago. Computer, access all historical records of the slipstream gate. Access code Everson Z12972D757. Affirmative. What do you think it is, sir? That's what we're here to find out. The scans indicate the structure is over 100,000 years old. What is this? Scan the inscription. Translate it. Scan the crystals. Hell. Scan everything. Yes, sir. I've got a rough translation. What does it say? It reads, the current order of the fifth era has been achieved through an eternal balance between the darkness and the light. Order? What order? Fifth era. The crystals appear to be vibrating at different frequencies, 550 terahertz and 750 terahertz respectively. I'm detecting temporal distortions from both of the crystals. Yeah, there was also some stuff in between Cressica. Temporal distortions, that's above my pay grade. We need to get the crystals back to headquarters. These MatCon transponders should do the trick. Activate. A scientist by the name of Kern was able to reverse engineer the devices. Kern, really? That's Snake. You know of him? Yes, he's the bane of our existence. I'll explain later. Please continue. I need to see this. Okay. We've done successful trials on volunteers. The devices indeed allow for teleportation through space and time. The power requirements are immense. So far, we've only been successful in going forward or backward a few years. Eventually, Kern was able to replicate the technology. It was a game changer. Today's the day. We finally get to initiate the experiment. If this works, we will be able to duplicate the functionality of the devices. Begin the procedure. Yes. Excellent. As they refined the technology over the coming years, it was adapted for use on starships. That's when I became involved. This ship is classified as a light cruiser, the Dauntless. It's one of two prototypes. The other ship, the Raven, is classified as a heavy cruiser. Captain Carol Everson, you are hereby reassigned to the Dauntless. Congratulations, Captain. She's a fine ship. Our first mission was to go forward 10 years using the slipstream gate reconnaissance. What did you find? Nothing good. To our shock and dismay, we discovered that the Earth had been rendered uninhabitable from an attack. A previously unknown alien race known as the Calterans. Shortly after we returned, the heavy cruiser, the Raven, was sent back using the slipstream gate. They were ordered to bombard the Calteran homeworld to prevent Earth's destruction. This is the moment everything changed. We suddenly found ourselves in a reality that was not our own. Something had gone horribly wrong. The crystal must have shielded us from the changes. We've been on the run ever since. Thank you, D7. I'm glad you think it's well written. Astonishing. Our world, has it all been one big lie? Have we all been used as pawns in some unfair game? This has given me a lot to think about. I will need to discuss the situation with my superiors. It will be difficult for them to believe this. Don't worry, you're safe in the meantime. Please feel free to explore Nexus Station while we begin repairs on your ship. When you're done touring the station, I'll be in my office. I'll meet you there. Commodore. Yes, what is it? You said you were going to tell us how you know about the scientist, Kern. He's Chief Director Kern, Chairman of the Virtual Corporate Council, VCC, which also means he's head of state of the ESA government. He's no longer human. After a botched assassination attempt, he was fatally injured. His consciousness was downloaded into an android body a few years ago. As I always say with the procedure, part of the original mind is always lost in the transfer. Kern is head of state of this alliance? What are the chances? Kern was directly in charge of the Slipstream Gate program. He must be the one that caused all of this to unravel. But why? What are his motives? What happened to the Raven? I don't know. Maybe there's something more to these crystals than we thought. Maybe we're playing with something we don't fully understand. Maybe we don't understand, but Kern certainly does. May I accompany you to the station? We need to find out as much about this world as we can if we hope to survive. Yes, of course, Lieutenant. Alright, let's go. Now I'm gonna save over this, because it's new. So then we got this station. And I need to fill the station with NPCs. I've got some rooms with NPCs, but right now it's kind of empty. And then, you know, a little bit of lore building here, like this monument is in honor of Theo Espinosa, the first president and supreme commander of Novus Federation. Founded a great nation through unparalleled bravery and sacrifice. Because of his actions, the citizens of Novus remain free. May he always be remembered. Okay, let's see here. All I have so far is the bar / nightclub. And that was the music that we used for today's lead up to the video. Then we got Zedric here. Drinks, drugs. What more could you need? I don't think I need any drugs right now. Oh, actually, yeah. Let me drink some moonshine and see what happens. I'm feeling buzzed already, and then it makes the screen all fucked up for a little while. No, Kern is the villain, but in the main game, he isn't an android body. Yeah, Archer, Magnus Archer is the bird guy. And Carol Everson is the captain of the ship, the first captain of the ship that you eventually get in the main game. But I think what I'm going to do with, like, my idea for this prologue is that what you're doing here is going to lead to you, as this captain, wanting to find the Raven, wanting to find the second ship. But you don't know if she found the second ship or not. It'll be at the end where she's going through the portal to find the Raven, and then that's when the game ends. And then I think that in the main game, I want to have the Raven come back, and she's the captain of the other ship. And then that ship joins your team, because with both ships together, that's when things can be brought back into balance, and will end up being like the probably the later part of the game when things are starting to come to a head, and you directly fight Kern. And I still haven't figured out Kern. Like, I don't know. I mean, I still haven't figured out exactly what his motivation is, but it'll make sense as I go along. Now I wanted to make I wanted to make it so that each faction had their own news channel. So in the main game, we have INN, which is like the ESA's news channel, kind of like CNN. And this one, I made it called NBN for Novus Broadcasting Network. And so I have an Easter egg or a piece that I want to put in here, and it also will build a little bit of lore about the world that we're in here. And so it was actually my old intro, and you guys will see it. I'm gonna do it right now. So it was actually my old intro when I did more exposition, because at first, when I was first writing the story, I kind of thought of it more like a book rather than a movie or a TV show. But if you think about it, when you're making an RPG, if you think of it more like a movie or a TV show or a screenplay rather than a book, it makes the game a lot better. It makes the story more interesting, because it's like a movie, right? Where literally these are called actors. It's literally like actors in a movie, but you control all the actors rather than like hiring people to be actors and hoping that they'll do good in an audition or something. And so, because in story writing, when you're doing like movies or video games or TV shows or whatever, you're actually showing the person what's in the scene and everything. But in a book, you actually have to describe all that stuff, and people are filling in their own imagination and stuff like that. I actually, that's something that when people have with the activity in the bar, when people have streamed my game, they comment that it's like, man, it seems like every space station I go to has a nightclub with people dancing. So I even have them in like the alien space stations, but maybe I'll make the dancing more weird or whatever. Because that's what I kind of like in RPGs, right? You're supposed to go into the bar. The bar is where everybody's kind of hanging out, and somebody's sitting in the corner and has some kind of secret information for you, and in a future like what we have in this game, I mean, everything's obviously being recorded and monitored and everything. So a loud bar and nightclub setting would actually be the only way you could really avoid being recorded too much, because it's so loud that the instruments aren't going to be picking out your individual conversation as easily. I don't know, just as an excuse to have these, because they're fun. Okay, so let us go to create the Novus Broadcasting Network, NBN. So I think I'm gonna copy some part I've already done before with the CNN one, and then I'll edit it a little bit so that we don't have to like reinvent the wheel here. God, I have a lot of maps. I think I have like 590 maps or something. I think by the time this game is done, I really am gonna run into that limit. Yeah, there's actually a really good YouTube channel that I get a lot of insights for this stuff, and it's meant for movies, but it's called Film Courage. And the videos are different, like directors of movies and stuff, and that are basically talking about like how they do character development, or how they get how to structure a plot or things like that. I don't like follow it religiously or anything, but like there's been some really good videos there, and so that's yeah, one of my sources. Nexus station, NBN news. So when I first made the main game, I used to have an intro that like explained what it was. Like, the ESA is fighting a faction known as Novus Federation. Both sides have, So what I want to do for that is I didn't get rid of that intro. I just don't have it as the beginning in my game anymore. So what I am gonna do is make it so that this news channel section, you like walk in there and then somebody might be at the computer and be like, I'm working on a new documentary for our Outer Rim colonies. That what do you think? And then it'll just be my old intro, but it'll be like a mini Easter egg type of thing. It's just like an example of how you could like change something, but then still use it later for something. So I'm gonna mess around with this, and we don't want that flag. We don't want the ESA flag here. So I do think that I like stuff that's lore building, like where you if you explore the station and you start doing stuff, like you'll find out more information about the world. But maybe you don't have to. But if the player isn't as interested in every detail, maybe they just continue on with the main story, you know. So, because some people really like to go into those nitty-gritty details, and some people don't. And I guess just having the option either way is good. Okay, so I'm going to... Let's see what... This is the news. This is the one we normally play for INN, but maybe we have to have maybe a different one that's similar in scope to being a news agency. Maybe not the exact same one, but I don't know. I think for now I'll just stick with this because it sounds like news. Doesn't this track sound like you're listening to the news? Like propaganda news. Let's change it to Interstellar Society, and it's gonna look all fucked up, but that's okay. Yeah, one thing that happens to me a lot when I'm doing these, when I'm developing on my own, is I a lot of times I do end up like going through like a whole bunch of music tracks and might waste like 2 hours like trying to find the exact right new music for each new situation. The sun rising with what appears to be the truth, but it's lies. What did I do for Nexus Station? Oh, okay, 180. Tile set 180. 180. Boom. And then we put It's always fun to put these little nationalistic banners on everything. Let's see. Okay, let's see what happens when... Because I know that these desks are going to be... Like, these guys are not going to be walking properly from desk to desk when I go in here. So one thing I gotta do though is I gotta figure out if there's any auto run events in here and stop them. I'll leave this one because it's gonna be the news banner. But maybe I'll set it so that a certain switch has to be switched because I don't want it to be on right now. Yeah, like an antidepressant. Okay. Below character, player touch. Yeah, and I mean, it's crunch time right now because this game comes out next month. I have about 1 month to finish it. I'm used to much longer time scales. Okay, let's see. Let's see if it works fine or if I need to adjust something. And of course, we're doing very rough right now. Like I'm gonna just I'm gonna make it better later. I'm just getting like the basics down right now. Oops. Auto run event happened. Gotta get rid of... let me do it. Let me do the same thing for this too, because I need all the pictures are aligned properly for when I do a newscast here. So I'll just leave that template in place. Now I know that the guy's desk is not going to look right, but maybe I'll get lucky. Sounds good. I can send you the software, but what you need to do is get Steam for the PC, and then I can send it to you. Yeah. So this is the desk that he... Yeah, October 8th actually is the release, but if anybody wants to play test it or anything beforehand, I can give a key for that. But yeah, that's the date that I've set. The reason why I pushed it up that fast is because there's a festival that happens on Steam like twice a year called Next Fest, or Summer Game Festival, or whatever the fuck. And what they do is anybody that's in that, their game shows up on Steam's like front page. And so last time when I joined a festival for Starshift, it ended up being where I got like 700 new wish lists from just 5 days or something of it being up there. So what it said is that you can only enroll in the fest if your game is going to be released anytime between October 8th and February or April something of next year. So that is why I set the release date for Starshift to be April of next year, and why I set the release date for this to be October of this year, so that this would come out soon and people could review it. And they'll be like, man, this game's awesome. I can't wait for the, main game. And meanwhile, people can review it. They can give it, it's going to be a free game. They can review it, give it thumbs up. And when people see overwhelmingly positive or whatever, then that will give Psychronic a little bit of reputation for, because when you first come out, when you're a game studio and you're coming out with your first game, you have no credibility as far as like if people are going to like your game or not. So people will be able to review it, and I think that will work. But I don't know. Maybe it won't work. Maybe it'll just flop. But I doubt it. I think it'll be okay. Okay. Man, this guy's desk. What are we going to do? Because I can't make his desk literally this big in a character set, because you'll be able to walk through his desk whether you want to or not. It'll just end up being like that. So I'll get rid of that. And maybe we can figure out something different to do with this table. Yeah, I can just make this table. Yeah, like we'll have him behind the table. And then I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make another version of that same exact table and put it over the top of it. And it'll have like computer screens in it and shit. And that way I won't be able to walk over it like I would the other desk. So let's see here. Let's get these little TV screens. Maybe we don't need them. Maybe we need just 2 of them. Maybe the nationalistic banners on maybe the extra banners on top aren't really needed because it interferes with those little screens. Okay. And then we need like some kind of light coming down on the flag. Make it look official. Like it's government news. And then I think if I go to these guys, I'm going to be able to walk through them because they cross paths with each other. Yeah. Because normally when I was using the newsroom, I didn't have to worry about that because see how they're walking from desk to desk at like different rates? Well, sometimes they'd run into each other and then they'd just stop. So I made them so you could walk through them, but in a case where the character can interact, it doesn't make much sense. So I'll fix that. It's called through, which means you can pass through them. Yeah. And then this guy, I'm gonna keep this guy still, and he's gonna be the one. He's gonna be the one that we show this fake documentary to. Okay. So let's call him Novus Journalist. And we need to find a bald guy. None of these bald guys are gonna work. I've already had. I mean, I don't really like these faces though, so I'm not gonna use them. But actually, this guy looks almost exactly. No, there's no glasses. Okay, so I'm gonna make a bald guy really quick. I'm just gonna I'm not gonna take too long on this. I'm gonna make a bald guy. Let's see here. Some kind of like nice little track that I can play while I'm waiting. I'll do the space flying music. Okay. Some glasses, which I think came from the female characters. Could have sworn there was glasses for this character. Glasses. There we go. Okay. No, the tile sets are like the map parts. So like this stuff, or this stuff, this is what a tile set is. These are called face sets. I'm trying to find the ball guys here. I'm gonna have to organize this better in the future, but for now I just do what I can. Okay. Eyebrows, make those a little different. I've got to come up with some better eyebrows. That's for sure. Still look kind of weird, but I'll just do this quickly. Those ones look too weird. Well, it's not a perka. It's like some kind of weird, like, futuristic clothing. His eyes. That's what I need to change next. Yeah, all of my characters literally look like Uncanny Valley. Like the faces that I can make the alien faces because it doesn't matter. Like, it's okay if the alien faces look weird, but the human faces look just sort of off. I don't think it's a deal breaker, but the faces that are the best are the ones that other people made in my game. Because we've had help from other people sometimes, like when they feel like it. And I think it's probably because of the generator. The fact that I'm just taking like parts and putting them on top of other parts is probably what makes it look kind of weird. But you can make a face really quickly this way, rather than hand drawing it. And I know that there's the default like generator in RPG Maker, but I don't really like the face style of the default. Like, this is like the generator that's built in to the engine. I think they look even worse than my bad faces. But and of course a lot of people use those faces, so it immediately gets known that it's an RPG Maker game when people use these faces. Maybe give them a different nose. Some of these are ridiculous. Okay. I think I'll use this one because it's kind of funny. Okay, this is good enough. Human male. Now we open up a open up the face set files. Takes forever for Windows to arrange by date because I have so many faces in there. And then when you make the face a little smaller, it actually irons out some of the imperfections. And it looks okay. This guy looks okay, I think, for an NPC that's not important. Oh, Bully-roo, I am it's vaporizing, and I'm vaporizing marijuana, marijuana, weed, cannabis oil, with 95% THC. Kind of helps me to get in the creative mood a little bit. And it is legal here. But in some states, it's still a felony. On the front lines. So we'll put some nice little icons for, so 573, 573, 573. Please read out loud. What do you mean? What do you mean by out loud? Oh, out loud. Okay. So, what I am doing right now is I'm going to have this guy's documentary be my old intro. So I'm gonna set that up right now. I'm trying to think of what symbol I could use for no. Probably just that. I need to make like an X or something. But I'll use that for now. 575. Icon 575. So when I put these little slash eyes behind stuff, it makes a cute little icon. Would you like to check out a documentary I'm working on? I need feedback. It's for our Outer Rim colonies who aren't on the front lines. Sure. Or I'm very busy, I can't. So let's see if I go back to... I like to copy and paste previous conversations because, or for like the messages, because if I don't, I make mistakes as far as, like, because you have options here for how you do the window and how it's formatted up here, and so I just copy and paste from another section. Let's see. This one's easy. I'm very busy. I don't have time to look at a documentary like that. For the icon on the choices, I believe it is built in, but if it's not built in, then it comes from Yanfly's plugins, which aren't built into the engine, but they might as well be because everybody uses Yanfly's plugins. So I remember it being very easy. Okay, so let's go to that. Let's go to this. Wait a minute. It's not supposed to. Oh, this is way back. Okay. Yeah, here we go. I need to find what her picture is. Carol 01. Okay. Let's see. This is, I'm gonna have to change these writings, but I'm not gonna worry about that for now. One sec, I'm answering a text. So this is called intro scene. So I think I'm gonna copy that and put it in the newsroom so it's easier for me to remember where it's at. There's so many maps, I lose track. Okay. Sure, I need to find out as much as I can about this world. Okay. Then who's gonna say, the journalist is gonna say, thank you. And then screen fades out. Yeah, organizing for fun is good. I agree. I do too. Okay, then we go dark for the screen, and then we teleport the player to this intro scene. And then at the end of the intro scene, I have to actually make it so that the character goes. Okay. Goes back to her real self. Make it so that you go back to the newsroom after that is done playing. One step down, and then have her walk one step up. Change player followers on. Set movement route. Move up. And then make the tint of the screen normal after teleporting. Okay, let's try. Okay, and this is what you guys are going to see here is actually my old intro to the main game, which I saved for later, and it's now going to be an Easter egg, basically. Would you like to check out a documentary I'm working on? I need feedback. It's for our Outer Rim colonies who aren't on the front lines. Sure. Sure, I need to find out as much as I can about this world. Thank you. Colonize many worlds under the authority of the Earth Systems Alliance, a government controlled by powerful interstellar organizations. An alliance in name only, it is in reality a brutal empire. Earth Systems Alliance is embroiled in a civil war with a faction known as Novus Federation. They are made up of former ESA colonists, corporations, and military personnel who oppose Alliance rule and actively undermine ESA activities. Both sides have committed war crimes on civilian populations. This has destabilized the balance of power in the region, creating chaos. Declaring independence 5 years ago, the Novus Federation continues to be an ongoing and growing threat to ESA authority. This has caused other factions to declare their independence as well. Most of the scientific and engineering talent within the Alliance lives in space. Vast stations act as economic, scientific, and military hubs for Alliance activities. Earth is the center of government for the ESA. It is dirty, crowded, and overdeveloped. Introduction of alien plant and animal life has changed the ecosystem. This has resulted in ecological problems for the local population. And there we go. That's, I mean, I can probably change that a little bit, but I mean, I think it's kind of cool. As like a nice little lower building thing. Did you see the scene, the little fake documentary that I just did? Or is that the part that blinked out on you? Because I did a little scene here. I can do it again. I need to find out as much as I can about this world. Blah, blah, blah. Actually, you know what? I think what I'm gonna do is we'll edit it because I need to edit the dialogue for that. So I'm gonna edit that and then we'll watch it again. That way, kill two birds with one stone. Okay, we don't need to tell the year because these people already know what the year is. Earth Systems Alliance is embroiled in a civil war with the Novus Federation. With Novus Federation. They are made up of former ESA colonists, corporations, and military personnel who oppose Alliance rule. So I'm changing it to the Earth Systems Alliance is embroiled in a civil war with Novus Federation. The Novus Federation is made up of former ESA colonist corporations and military personnel. Former ESA. I'll just say former ESA colonies. Who oppose Alliance rule. They are fighting on the front lines every single day. To protect the Outer Rim. And then I'm going to take this part out because this is supposed to be a pro-Novus film. So I'm going to take out the part that says both sides have committed war crimes on civilian populations. I'm going to make it so that it's like geared totally negative against the ESA. So maybe I'll switch this part around. The ESA has committed countless war crimes on civilian populations. This has destabilized the balance of power in the region, creating chaos. I think I'll make it 10 years ago instead of 5 years ago. Declaring independence 10 years ago. The Novus Federation continues to be an ongoing threat to the ESA authority. This has caused other factions to declare their independence as well. That works. Most of the scientific and engineering talent within the Alliance lives in space. Vast economic stations act as economic, scientific, and military hubs for Alliance activities. That works. Earth is the center of government. It is dirty, crowded, and overdeveloped. It's dirty, crowded, and overdeveloped. Okay, so the Earth is overdeveloped and crowded, and then the documentary. I almost want to make it so the documentary pumps up the planet that you're at, that makes Novus's planet look like way better, like, because this is supposed to be like a propaganda film. Well, the factions, the other factions besides Novus, they are breaking off because they are typically just one solar system each. So like maybe you have, you know, a certain government, I call them solar states, kind of like city states, where they might be a power that are only in control of one solar system. So the war between Novus and the ESA, it has kind of created where the ESA can't focus on these little tiny colonies anymore because they're fighting a bigger war. So these, it's like an opportunistic thing where finally we have a chance to be free, kind of a thing, and that creates the foundation for why you, as the character in the main game, forming your scrappy rebel movement, is like uniting these worlds, because the war is fake between Novus and ESA. And all these other colonies have been declaring their independence, and so that leads to you, as the player, to bring them all together in order to defend themselves from the ESA, because Novus is attacking these worlds too. They're just kind of... It's kind of like on Star Trek where they violate the Prime Directive, but they're doing it to get resources and all this crap, and so there's a lot of side stories in the game where you encounter aliens that are more primitive and like they're being taken advantage of. And so, you know, it's kind of like that. And I think I'm gonna make it so that Novus, because Novus at this point in the game, the prelude or the prologue, they are good guys. Like this might be like 5 years before the main game starts, and something happened to them. Kern did something that changed him, and yeah, exactly right. The bigwigs are busy, so they don't care right now. Yeah, and then the only reason why you win as the player, like at the end when you win the game, the only reason why you really won is because they underestimated you, and that's kind of what I'm going with as far as like, you know, if they were more careful, you could have lost. Like making the player kind of, because I kind of want to avoid the idea in a lot of RPGs like where the player is treated as the chosen one, like you have a destiny to fulfill. But really, I kind of wanted to make it more like it's a lot of people, not just one protagonist, and those people had to work together to solve a problem, a hard problem, a threat, and it took a village basically to do it, rather than, you know, one superhero. And then the villains too, you know, I kind of want to make it so that Kern has a reason for why he's doing it, an understandable reason. But I don't really know what that reason is, other than he was trying to save Earth, because you went to the future, Earth was destroyed, so he's like, he finds out who did it, he says, go back, get rid of him. But when that happened, it changed the timeline in a big way. And so, was he doing it on purpose? Did he know that those changes would occur? I don't know yet, but we're gonna find out. Yeah, well, it's not like the protagonist is a side character. It's that, you know how like when you play most games, like you're one person, you're an individual. I kind of want it to be more like an ensemble cast, where maybe there's like 5 protagonists or 6, not just one, right? So so the game isn't supposed to center on just one person. You're like a group figuring this out together, you know, that kind of a thing. And of course you have to play as one person because you're the player, but it's not like the main character is like the chosen one. That's my main point. This federation declared independence 10 years ago. They continue to be an ongoing and growing threat to ESA authority. The ESA maintains tight grip. Or the ESA rules with an iron fist. Iron fist. Citizens typically are required to submit to mandatory implants. These implants regulate the ESA rules with an iron fist. Citizens are required to submit to mandatory implants. Installed mandatory. Citizens are required to submit to mandatory brain implants, neural implants, mandatory neural implants. These implants regulate the emotions, memories, and experiences of the populace. Rules with an iron fist. Citizens are required to submit to mandatory neural implants. These implants regulate the emotions, memories, and experiences of the population. And now I think I want to add one more scene where it shows the Novus planet. Parallax, tint. Okay. Well, I think, okay, you're saying a side story could be about like an adult former member of the Boy or Girl Scouts for the ESA or Novus. That implant shows the government's opinion about the citizen. Yeah, that would be good. What I am doing though, as something like that, is in the main game, Anna, the other main character, who's like, it's kind of like she's the main character too, but you play as your own character. But I think I want her to be, because in the game I have where she's from the original timeline, which I call the Alpha Terra, or First Earth. But maybe she was in this universe when she like maybe she's like descended from the crew of the other ship or something. Like the other ship, the Raven, we don't know what happened to that ship. So perhaps that ship ended up not in the total past, but maybe like 30 years ago in the past. And for some reason it could no longer continue to travel through time or whatever. And then maybe that is why, and that she was a young child or something. And then, but doesn't even remember it, but you know, her parents told her that that's where they came from. And that would explain why she remembers that when things change versus forgetting about it like everybody else. So I don't know, I haven't formed that exactly right yet, but I'm kind of going with something like that. By contrast, Novateri, which is the name of the Novus Federation, homeworld, a lush ecosystem, and a clean atmosphere. Citizens do not have to submit to mandatory implants. They value their slogan is peace, prosperity, independence. Independence. Peace, prosperity, independence. By contrast, Novateri, homeworld of Novateri. Federation, homeworld. By contrast, Novateri, the Novus Federation homeworld maintains a lush ecosystem and clean atmosphere. Citizens do not have to submit to mandatory implants. Their slogan is they believe, or maybe they believe in peace, prosperity, prosperity, and independence. Maybe I'll just put enforced military service. Make them sound bad. Okay, let's see what it looks like now. Let's see. Let's check it out. Would you like to check out a documentary I'm working on? I need feedback. It's for Outer Rim colonies who aren't on the front lines. Sure. Sure, I need to find out as much about this world, or as much as I can about this world. Thank you. Humans have explored the stars and I have to say Terrans have explored the stars because I changed humans to Terrans. Have explored the stars and colonized many worlds under the authority of the Earth system as an alliance, a government controlled by powerful interstellar organizations. An alliance in name only, it is in reality a brutal empire. The Earth Systems Alliance is embroiled in a civil war with Novus Federation. The Novus Federation is made up of former ESA colonies who oppose Alliance rule. They are fighting on the front lines every single day to protect the Outer Rim. The ESA has committed countless war crimes on civilian populations. This has destabilized the balance of power in the region, creating chaos. In response to this abuse, Novus Federation declared independence 10 years ago. They continue to be an ongoing and growing threat to ESA authority. This has caused other factions to declare their independence as well. Most of the scientific and engineering talent within the Alliance lives in space. Vast stations act as economic, scientific, and military hubs for Alliance activities. Earth is the center of government for the ESA. It is dirty, crowded, and overdeveloped. The ESA rules with an iron fist. Citizens are required to submit to mandatory neural implants. These implants regulate the emotions, memories, and experiences of the population. Alright, I gotta fix that. I gotta fix that picture here of Earth. By contrast, Novateri, the Novus Federation homeworld, maintains a lush ecosystem and a clean atmosphere. Citizens do not have to submit to mandatory implants and forced military service. They believe in peace, prosperity, and independence. I think I'm gonna add, I gotta add a little something extra to that, but it's the general idea, I guess. I gotta add a little something. I gotta erase that picture. Picture 1. Erase picture 1. Maybe this maintains a whatever. Novus Federation homeworld. Maintains a lush ecosystem and clean atmosphere. They follow a doctrine. Let me say, yeah, they follow. Or they. Okay, let's see here. Citizens do not have to submit to mandatory implants and forced military service. They follow a doctrine of peace, prosperity, and independence. Okay. think that's probably okay for now. I want to move on to the next part. But we'll flip a switch, and then we'll flip a switch, and then we'll go to that part. News, blah blah, and then the dude will ask. Oh wait, I don't need this page. I need an auto run event. But I think I do. I think I do need to make it so that after you're done watching it, that it doesn't let you watch it again. Just kind of like, yeah, I know what to do with this part, but I'm not going to do it yet. Okay. Player touch, blah, blah, blah. And then we do an auto run where this dude is talking. So what did you think? He says, so what did you think? Journalist. So we'll have the journalist do a question mark above his head. Well, they've only declared independence 10 years ago, so they wouldn't call themselves a different species. They'd be Terran too. And again, maybe Novus, because it's out there with other aliens and stuff, they might not define themselves as just Terran. But they came from Earth, right? So, the Novus used to be part of the ESA. And because the ESA was so controlling and so fucked up, they declared independence in response. But they're still they are still Terran. But the part where Earth gets destroyed by an alien race called the Calterrans, I kind of want to make them to be like genetically engineered Terrans, like calculated Terrans. Maybe that's what it'll be short for. Calculated. And it'll be like genetically engineered humans. And they're not important to the story. They are just more like a plot device for, like, when they got rid of them, something happened because they had more of an effect on the timeline than what they realized. So when you send a ship to go back 200 years to wipe them out, there was a lot of stuff that happened in those 200 years that might have caused it to go off the rails. So I think that, and I think that's what I'm gonna go with the Raven, because the Raven is the other ship that's the heavy cruiser, and I just thought it up. Like, why not have two ships? Because that will be another problem for the player to solve, where they try to find that ship. And at the end of the game, when you're trying to set things right, you got to bring those crystals back together again. So what better way than to find that other ship? And then once you have both ships in the main game, then that's when you actually have a chance to defeat Kern. Because the whole point of that scene, the whole point of that earlier scene where they go to that artifact, and there's and that artifact is 100,000 years old. The alien statue had both crystals in in hand, and the inscription said, you know, peace has been maintained through balance between these two forces, kind of a thing. And humans, of course, just kind of raided the crystals, just took them and started experimenting with them. And so that's what created the mess. That's what created the mess. So it only gets set right again once the crystals come back together. So maybe at the end of the game, you come back to this planet and maybe like put the crystals back or something. So, because see, they both are two different crystals. Like, they look like they're the same, but one's blue and one's red. And so, perhaps, because, and then when the crystals got duplicated, the ship that you got one of the crystals, and the other ship got the other crystal. And since that other ship went back in time, it caused everything to get out of balance. And maybe that ship has been continuing to travel through time to various time periods. And so I just think it makes a good plot device. See, the current order of the Fifth Era has been achieved through an eternal balance between the darkness and the light. And I don't even know what the Fifth Era is, but it's just meant to kind of be like a very ancient alien race that was more advanced than us, and then we're kind of like playing with fire and not realizing what we're doing. And then of course Kern, being the villain, is just taking advantage of it. And in the main game, Kern is an android, and something from the crystal went inside him, and he has the memories of Kern, but he's partially merged with this AI that comes from that crystal. So the villain isn't an AI, and he's not a human. He's kind of like if a human merged with an AI, and then it became something else. And now he's doing stuff, doing all kinds of shit, and is taking over. So like, what is he doing? What is he after? Is he trying to revive his people from 100,000 years ago? Like, what is he trying to do? I still don't know, but it's going to be something, epic. But I'll figure it out as I go along. But I figure it makes the game more interesting if even I don't know what comes next. I have to make it coherent. I have to make a reason why it makes sense. The statue, the statue just has little alien writing on it. You don't need to read what it says on the statue. The guy in the dialogue, the guy reads off the translation of what it says, because obviously it would be in an alien language. So they have technology that's basically like, oh yeah, translate the inscription, and then the soldier reads what the inscription says. It's not literally meant to be able to read the alien writing, because you're dealing with a small enough amount of pixels that you really couldn't put like a full sentence on the stone inscription. So yeah, that's why. Okay. Okay, oh yeah, that's what I was doing. So he'll go, what do you think? And then the player gets a choice. Player gets a choice of, it was very informative, or I think it still needs some work. And then, yeah, he is merged with the crystal, yeah. But he's not the crystal itself. So he's got just kind of like a new creation. Maybe it was by accident, but he merged with the AI. But he isn't an AI. But he merged with an AI. Yeah. So. The villain, yeah. So Staffu, please. the part you missed was basically all of it. No, I'm just kidding. You missed where we're setting up. We are setting up a scene here that is not essential to the main plot, but I'm adding in as an Easter egg my old intro to my game, and changing it. So you go into this room that is called Novus Broadcasting Network, and it's basically like the news channel for that government faction. And you talk to this journalist, and he says, "I'm making a documentary. What do you think?" And then it shows my old intro as an Easter egg. So I'm finishing up the what happens after the news is over, or the scene is over. It was very informative, or I think it was very informative. It was very informative. I learned a lot. And he's going to be like, wow, really? Wow, really? I only just started it. Or started making it. And, I think it still needs some work. I think it still needs some work. Keep working on it. I might need to make a different version of him frowning at that point, but this is an example of what you can do with the reputation system. So maybe reputation for Novus goes down a little bit if you're kind of a smart ass with them. And then control switches on. Let me do a switch here. Let me put the same switch there. Back to work. All right, let's give it one more go, and then I think this is for the news, for the little news documentary part. I think that this will be good, because this makes sense for me as a prologue, because you have people from the real timeline who are in the wrong timeline and they don't know what's going on. So it actually provides a perfect opportunity for other people to explain the world to you. Whereas if you were from this world, you would already know all of it, so it wouldn't make sense to have that kind of conversation. So that's kind of why I went with this storyline direction for the prologue. Oh god. I needed to set a switch at the end of this. Okay, we'll do that, and we make this activated by that, and okay. So... Would you like to check out a documentary I'm working on? I need feedback. It's for our Outer Rim colonies who aren't on the front lines. Sure. I need to find out as much as I can about this world. Thank you. Terrans have explored the stars and colonized many worlds under the authority of the Earth Systems Alliance, a government controlled by powerful interstellar organizations. An alliance in name only, it is in reality a brutal empire. Earth Systems Alliance is embroiled in a civil war with Novus Federation. The Novus Federation is made up of former ESA colonies who oppose Alliance rule. They are fighting on the front lines every single day to protect the Outer Rim. ESA has committed countless war crimes on civilian populations. This has destabilized the balance of power in the region, creating chaos. In response to this abuse, Novus Federation declared independence 10 years ago. They continue to be an ongoing and growing threat to ESA authority. This has caused other factions to declare their independence as well. Most of the scientific and engineering talent within the Alliance lives in space. Vast stations act as economic, scientific, and military hubs for Alliance activities. Earth is the center of government for the ESA. It is dirty, crowded, and overdeveloped. The ESA rules with an iron fist. Citizens are required to submit to mandatory neural implants. These implants regulate the emotions, memories, and experiences of the population. By contrast, Nova Terri, the Novus Federation homeworld, maintains a lush ecosystem and clean atmosphere. Citizens do not have to submit to mandatory implants and forced military service. They follow a doctrine of peace, prosperity, and independence. Okay, so the only thing I forgot to do is to make it so that at the end here don't need to replay it again because I know that part's gonna work. You'll excuse me, I have to get back to work. Okay. So nobody else is talking. We've got screens here with little news whatevers. And now I think I need to make this desk animated like he's got lots of like teleprompter type shit built into the desk. I got the music from the news theme from a website called opengameart.org, and if you go to this site, it's kind of cool because I've been banned from it, but it's still a good website. you go to music, and you know they've got all this music, and it's all from different artists. So the one that the newscast music is from somebody named Matthew Pablo. So if I go to one of his songs or one of his music pieces and I go to him as the author, I can see all of the ones he's made. And what's cool about this website too is that they have the license right there for the track. So this license is called CC by 3.0. That means you can use it for a commercial project, but you have to credit Matthew Pablo. So I don't remember the name of the... Actually, what is the name of the track? It's called Matthew Pablo, Beyond the Clouds. So you're free to use it too. It's one of his tracks on this website. There's lots of other artists too I found on this website. And a lot of times what I do is, I mean, some people aren't, I mean, maybe what I do when I'm looking for music is a lot of times I'll spend not the whole day, but I might literally be like, oh, okay, let's look at all these tracks. Let's sort by the number of favorites that it has. All right, let me go to this one. No, I don't really like that one. Oh, what about that one? What about this one? And so on. So a lot of times that's how I find music, is I literally just go through the entire list of 500. And then when I find one that I really like, I go to that artist specifically and comb through and find any one of their tracks I can that I also like. And so I have two favorites. Like, so I have music from many artists in my game, but I have two favorites that I use more than the others. And that's Deceased Superior Technician and Alexander Zelenov. So Alexander, we got some sci-fi ambient. We've got some Alert Outsider. We've got Iron Wasteland. And with Deceased Superior Technician, you know, we have a lot of other good ones too. So music is very important, especially with an RPG. Like, if you were to make a scene like with storyline in it and you had the wrong music, it totally fucks up the scene, and you won't get into it as much or at all. And so I think on a lot of newer games, they've really slacked off on the music being really good. It always sounds like it's well produced, but it doesn't stick out. So when they made those older games that had such good tracks, like in the 90s RPGs, I think partially it was because they were limited on like what they could do audio-wise to fill the cartridge with too much information. So they ended up having to do what I would call electronic music that's almost equivalent of like techno or electronica, but in a more limited form. And so and those tracks were just so good. The music tracks I prefer in this game is because I'm trying to create that retro feel, but like a remastered retro. I guess that's how I'd put it. So I try to pick tracks that remind me of those type of tracks that I used to hear on those older RPGs. Like that have like and they have to have an aspect to them, like a good melody, like a good like catchy set of notes. Not just the rhythm and beat, but it's gotta have some notes, a melody. This totally sounds like what I would hear in an older RPG to me. But like a remastered version. And then, you know, this is another one, a nice battle theme. Because, you know, you're talking about a turn-based RPG, so you're literally taking turns to make moves. So one thing I noticed about some of these older RPGs is that they would make the music more dramatic than what the actual gameplay is, and it makes you get like more amped up on it. So like for example, Final Fantasy Tactics, you know, it's actually a pretty slow game if you think about it, but the music for it was really like punchy. And of course, maybe the music I pick is a little too punchy, but I prefer it to being a little too bland. Another battle theme. So but they're all for different purposes. You know, you can't have the same battle theme for every planet. So like, let me show you guys, because I mean, we're just kind of going on a tangent here about music, but I feel like it's important. So I'm gonna go to my main game, and you know, I of course my game has electronic as like of course, because it's a sci-fi, right? But what if you have a planet you land on that is like primitive, and you want to maintain that electronic vibe, but it's like in a forest or something? So like, this is an example of a primitive planet, the Jinn system. Now this is actually well, yeah, you're right. They were memorable because they were hummable. That's the melody. You're remembering the actual like notes of it, and it's very catchy, and that's the melody. But a lot of newer music in games doesn't have much of a melody, if you think about it. Of course, there's exceptions, but one thing I have consistently heard on my game from many people is, man, I like the music. A lot of the streamers have said that they really like the music. So this is an example of crashing on a primitive planet, and this planet is actually a crossover story. So there's another RPG called Killer Jinn that's just a fantasy and whatever, and we made a crossover story where my ship crashes on his planet, and you know, you can merge fantasy and sci-fi without it actually interfering with the fantasy or the sci-fi. So the story of how I end up on this planet is, because this won't take very long, but I could show you guys this while we're at it. I'm detecting energy levels consistent with an interstellar civilization, but that can't be right. Our records indicate this is the Jinn system. The fourth planet is home to a pre-industrial civilization. Why would this level of energy be present on a pre-industrial planet? Maybe the ESA or Novus have been operating in the area. If that's the case, those poor people, we need to investigate. So then when you go and investigate, scan the surface, look for anything unusual. I'm not detecting any signs of ESA or Novus. That's good. Then where are those energy readings coming from? It looks like on one of the northern continents. Take us into a geosynchronous orbit over that area. What about now? What's this? What is it? I'm detecting a spike in the readings. They're at even higher levels than before. This doesn't make any sense. I'm detecting an energy burst heading right for us. And this, of course, is an example of a side quest. The controls aren't responding. We've been hit by an energy blast. We're being pulled into a decaying orbit. We've lost all navigational control. We're going down. he made it. Structurally, the ship is intact, but most of our electronic systems are fried. Shut down the damaged systems for now. We don't want to make it worse. What are our options? In order to synthesize replacement parts, we would normally need a superconducting metal. I'm guessing that's going to be hard to find here. Next to impossible. Gold could work. It's not a superconductor, but it might be enough to get us up and running again at reduced efficiency. We might have another problem though. We're leaking antimatter coolant. It's extremely toxic. The last thing I saw on sensors before we crashed was a nearby village. They must have seen the fireball. If the coolant leaks into their water supply, they could get very sick. We should go and investigate. We might be able to track down a source of gold as well. But this is what I mean. I'm showing this story because it's the beginning of the story to show what it's like when you crash on a primitive planet. But there's other aliens that are landing on these primitive planets and taking advantage of the population. So this is an example of that. Planet is so much like Earth. Well, at least the Earth from many centuries ago. I've only seen videos of it. Too much pollen for me. I prefer living in space. Are we really going to be stuck here forever? I hope not. A rescue team will look for us, but if our electronic systems are out, they won't detect us. I can't wait to leave. We have a mission to accomplish. If we're trapped here for too long, the Outer Rim Coalition will be at serious risk. I could get used to a place like this, a more simple life, away from all the interstellar carnage. Come on, let's find that village. So, the battle track that's coming next is basically like electronic with nature kind of thing of what I'm going for. Wow, that does a lot of damage. They do a lot of damage too. I kind of favor a system of quick for them to kill you, quick for you to kill them. But maybe I'm a little too extreme on it, but I like them to hit fast and hard. Okay, I don't want my guys to die. But yeah, I'll just do the next part because it's kind of fun. So this world map is somebody else's actual RPG Maker game. So we made a crossover where I literally crash on their planet as a side quest, and then in their game they have where my crew crashed on their planet as a side quest. But their game is different. They have voiceovers and stuff. But let me show you that because it's funny. You can see their version of it. So if we go to Killer Jin Starshift crossover, they have voiceovers and stuff. So they actually have voiceovers for my characters in their crossover story. But you could see theirs. It's the same map we just went on, but
damn it!
Different.
The jump
art
drive
style.
malfunctioned. Our trajectory was off by 2%. Now we're stuck on this uncharted planet in the middle of nowhere.
2%. At least they didn't hit anything vital, and we escaped. We will deal with the Masadi later. For now, we need to concentrate on fixing the ship.
Here come the locals. Let's hope we can reason with them.
The voices are funny because they're different than what I imagine in my head.
Anomalies with 2 of them.
But it's fine.
These
It's
2
okay.
humanoids are I am sorry. This is not possible. I must be malfunctioning.
What? Not possible.
Evo 9, upload the data to the ship. We will do a proper scan. You can reboot after this encounter. Stay alert.
Hello, we saw the crash. Are you guys okay? Is anyone hurt?
We are fine. Thank you.
Those are some really interesting weapons you have there.
We are from the stars. Our ship is damaged, and we need to find suitable materials to repair our equipment in order to leave and continue our journey.
From the stars, fiery eggs in the sky.
Wow. So, you're actually from the stars? That's amazing! Someday, maybe I will.
Look at them! They must have some amazing gear! Things we've never seen before. We should take it. Survival of the fittest.
And then in their game, you can choose to like actually kill my crew and take the ship or whatever.
We can't just go around killing everyone.
Scanning. To restore flight capabilities,
But-
we must repair the jump drive.
But you know, I thought that was kind of cool. But we kind of just have we're kind of like free to do it our own way. So like, I'm not making a clone of his side quest that he made in his game, but I still land on his planet, but I have a different side quest that's on that same planet and different things that happen, but it's just kind of a crossover, right? So you go to the village. In mine, you go to the village where your antimatter coolant has been killing them. So you come to this person that's dying right away. And then, of course, I make it so that when you first land on a planet, you have to talk with them a little bit before you can understand their language. So I make it so that you don't understand them at first. She looks sick. We should scan her. The scan is showing acute antimatter coolant poisoning. And then you can save her if you have the toxicology skill. But since I don't, all I can say is don't drink the water. Don't drink the water. You look. Our ship crashed. It's leaking fluid. Anybody who drinks it will get very sick. It was an accident. You speak foreign tongue. Father, it hurts to breathe. Selena, done to you. Sir, she's dead. Selena, no. What is this? Who are you? We're from very far away. Our ship crashed. But we're not near the ocean. It's a different kind of ship. From beyond the sky. Beyond the sky. I'm confused. Our ship crashed. It's an airship. The fuel leaked into your water supply. So this is your fault. It was an accident. Yeah, I agree. Having them in both games creates more lore. It's also kind of unusual. Most game developers don't collaborate like that. But look, this is an example of a primitive world where aliens have been coming and giving them technology, so you'll see soon. First you fight them with just the gear that they've got as primitives. Halt. King Malik has ordered the border closed to foreigners. We will take you into custody while we investigate your presence here. Not a chance. So they have like crossbows and shit and regular swords. And then you're just like obliterating them with, oh wait, that was supposed to do more damage than that. There might be some balancing issues here, but whatever. I don't know why some of them are doing a shit ton of damage, and some of them are doing almost no damage. And of course they don't teleport because they don't have that technology, so they run up to you with their little swords.
My meat is dead.
What is this sorcery? They're like the others. Retreat. Retreat. We have to warn the king. Your weapons. Weapons of light. Weapons of sorcery. In all my years here, I've never seen the soldiers leave the village. They must be afraid of you. Your powers rival the Jinn. And the Jinn are from his game, and I'm going to use them as the mythology in this world. And then maybe at the end, one of the Jinn will come with you, right? You really aren't from around here, are you? I don't know who you are, but you've already managed to cause trouble. What did they mean when they said they're like the others? I don't know. Maybe Mayor Relnan would know. He lives in the big house, straight ahead over the bridge. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to bury my daughter in peace. And then now that we're on this primitive planet, you can, you know, I can go to like their weapons shop and get like primitive weapons. Like I can get the crossbow and equip that, and you know, making it so that there's like reasons to go to an alien planet. And you can see the art style now is different because we're on another planet and we're not in space, so it's kind of like a different vibe, you know, when you come to a side quest like this. You know, what are you? You must be the outsiders who caused Malik's men to flee. Don't drink the water, our ship crashed. It's poisoned your water supply. It was an accident. Zala, inform the village. Your weapons. I had never seen anything like them until a few months ago. You're like the others. You are not of this world. Who are these others? They arrived months ago. They call themselves the Masati. What would the Masati be doing here? You're familiar with them? They inhabit this star cluster. They're known as merchants, famous for their trade. Star cluster, the points of light in the sky at night. So they came from beyond the sky. When they arrived, what did they do? They offered King Malik great power, a temptation he could not resist, as he constantly craves more power. These Masati had weapons, such as yours. What do they want? Why are they here? They took particular interest in the Jinn. The Jinn are beings of great power, native to this land. Any force would gain great strength with the Jinn on their side. Mayor Relnan, we need to fix our ship. This will stop your people from being poisoned. I'm sorry for all the trouble we've caused. We need gold. And we don't have much gold, but then he goes and gets some. A gold orb. You know, and I'm going to refine this part because this story is still pretty early for me, but this is the rough idea. We're almost done. I'll show you guys who the villain is in this side quest. And I made him a pig guy, a pig race, because I wanted to make them kind of like merchants, but kind of like the Ferengi in Star Trek, but like a little different. So you go back to your ship to fix it, right? And then what the hell? I told your king I would bring treasures from beyond the sky. I keep my promises. Zerkt, they're back. So these are the ones that came with the ship. Krill, you're quite far from your homeland. I'm not a member of the consortium. The name is Zerkt, Trademaster Zerkt. What are you doing here, Zerkt? Interfering with primitive civilizations is forbidden by interstellar law. The Masati never signed those treaties, wisely so. Surely you've heard of the Jinn by now. Powerful beings that live on this planet. What about them? They're Mitochondria has a unique mutation and allows them to tap into magnetic fields, releasing energy. So in the actual Killer Jin game, they just have the powers, kind of like a Dragon Ball Z type situation where they can shoot like energy beams and stuff. But I'm coming up with a sci-fi reason for why they have those powers. Just in my part of the story, right? It allows them to tap into magnetic fields, releasing energy. If we can reproduce the mutation in other species, we'd stand to make a fortune weaponizing it. King Malik agreed to help us capture one of these Jinn. In exchange, the Masati will provide weapons and treasures from beyond the sky. I'm keeping up my end of the bargain. We're not going to let you take our shit. It's not your choice. Soldiers, you may now use your new weapons. Whoa. And then you fight them, and now they have modern weapons, and they're harder.
My meat is dead.
So yeah.
This was a bad idea.
So yeah, I thought that was kind of cute. As a side quest, like I kind of like storylines where, like, interstellar civilizations are messing with, like, harming, you know, more primitive aliens that are being victimized by them. Really, they make really good Star Trek episodes. Like, so then the other one that is exciting for me. Actually, this is like my favorite one, I think, is the mushroom people. Because, you know, people a lot of times, like, they take psychedelics and it makes, like, the world around them look psychedelic. So I kind of wanted to make it where the world itself is psychedelic and you're the one who's weird by not being psychedelic. So you kind of have, like, where you go to this planet, you find a ship orbiting the planet, and it's a derelict, and you don't know why it's there, and you have to find out. And this is another world that's being exploited by Novus. So their ship is in orbit and it's abandoned. But why? What happened here? Why are there no life signs? Let's look for clues. Accessing the log. What is it? It looks like the ship got into battle with an ESA cruiser. This vessel came here in the hopes the ESA vessel wouldn't follow. They were wrong. A battle ensued. The Nova's ship was victorious. However, their warp engines and communication array was damaged. Life support was failing. In a last-ditch effort to save themselves, they beamed down to the planet below. The coordinates where they beamed down is still in the system. Let's beam down. And so this is a planet where, unfortunately, these mushroom people are being abused. Our translator implants don't seem to be working. That's not good. Their language is unknown to our translators. This is going to make communication very difficult. Maybe there's a way. Let's investigate. But I think the music in this makes perfect sense for this environment, like a weird, mysterious mushroom planet, fungus planet. Yeah. Uh-oh, this isn't good. It's obvious we're not welcome here. But see, this is how... Like, I mean for this game to be a sci-fi, but I try to not take it too seriously, meaning, like, it's not in every way, it's not necessarily realistic, but I wanted to kind of make fun of fantasy. I guess that's how I'd put it. So how do you make fantasy fit into sci-fi without the sci-fi being a fantasy? So that's how you get a character on your team who's my favorite character in the game, and his name is Mushroom King. And a Mushroom King exists in a lot of fantasy games, but you know, this is like a sci-fi version. And you know, we can get Mushroom King. They don't seem to notice or care about our presence. This is different compared to the other mushroom people we encountered. What the hell is this? Where are they coming from? Where are they going? And they're just kind of like zombies right now, like, and you don't, you know, like what's going on? And they're like all going to some place, like all of them are just vacating this town and going somewhere. And this is another teammate that joins you. So like I make it so that when you do the side quests, it's like a nice self-contained short story, and you get new allies and ships and stuff after you complete it. We've already gone too far. I'm not doing that to these people. You mean these mushroom freaks? You can't be serious. It's the only way to get our ship back online. Don't be difficult. That's an order. Kill the medic first. These guys, because I really want to get Mushroom King, because I need another team member. There's a slot missing. And in order to get Mushroom King, I have to choose to shut the device down, because you get a choice to like either leave the mind control device on or turn it off. Like, please don't hurt me. I've been working against my will. They said they'd kill me if I didn't comply. Who are you? We're with the Outer Rim Coalition. We found your ship in orbit. What's your name? Dr. Kara Shen. I'm one of the science officers. So, and keep in mind too, this is a side quest. This is not, you could play the game and go through the main game without doing any of the side quests. But if you don't do the side quests, you might not have enough team members or ships to win in a later part of the main story. Like, how long has your crew been down here? For just over a year. We thought somebody would have found us by now. It's been hell. What did you do to these mushroom people? They are under mind control. It's the same technology that ESA uses to control soldiers. It was repurposed. The effect is even stronger on these mushroom people. But why? In order to fix the ship, we needed components we didn't have. To build those components, we needed an entire infrastructure and materials, rare earth metals, fabrication facilities, electricity. We cannibalized what we could from the ship. But there just wasn't enough crew. We had to find another source of labor. So you just decided to enslave them? It wasn't my decision. The decision was made by the captain and Dr. Mueller. Where are they? Both of them are at the outpost. Where do you come in? When we first came to the surface, we couldn't speak to the mushroom people. I had the idea of trying to decode their language so we could communicate. Maybe they could have helped us if we would explain our situation. What happened next? Their language is so different from anything we've seen before. It was taking longer than expected. Instead, Dr. Mueller and the captain decided to use the mind control technology. They used the technology to hijack the brains of these people. They immediately went to work constructing this facility and outpost. More mushroom people were sent into the mines as well. The plan worked well enough. We will eventually be able to get off this planet, all on the backs of these people. Our crew gave up even trying to speak to them. I didn't give up. I managed to eventually decode their language, but it was too late. What do you mean, too late? The device wasn't perfect. It didn't work on all the mushroom people. Another mind control facility was built at the base. That did the trick. Whoa. But it's worse than that. The labor force in this area is still not sufficient. They are building a third device. This time it will be global. Global? I wasn't willing to help with that. They were going to kill me if I didn't comply. We have to stop them. How are we going to do that? If we deactivate this facility, we can stop the mind control effect in the local area. The mushroom people in this village will be released from control. If the global facility is built, it will be too late though. Its effect is so strong that the creatures will suffer brain damage. At this point, there would be no way to undo it. I wasn't willing to go that far. I was willing to go along with it as long as it was temporary. It was still wrong. How far away from completion are they? In a few days, the device will be activated. It's almost complete. How do we deactivate this facility? How do we speak their language? An additional language file has to be added to your translator implant. I can do it right now. Okay. It's done. Your translators will now work. What about deactivating this facility? We can do that right now. Yes, we need to free these people. We need to set these people free. I agree. Let's do it. Please deactivate the mind control ray. Yes. Okay, the system has been deactivated. Let's hope they forgive us. We need to stop the facility from being completed. I'm coming with you. I won't take no for an answer. And now we'll get Delightful Mushroom King. And he's like pretty naked. Mushroom guy with gold, like chainmail. The sky people, what do you want with us? Sky people. What? You understand our language? Who are you, sir? I am the king. What is the name of your people? We are the Zenzorta Tekiana people. Wow, that's a mouthful. What do your people call us? We call you the mushroom people. Mushroom? You look very similar to a form of life on our home planet. We call them mushrooms. Our planet. A place like this, but very far away. Is that why you look so different? Yes. Why has your kind harmed our people? Some of us crashed here from the sky. To get home, we needed parts and labor that we didn't have. I'm gonna skip past this, but long story short, you convince him. And again, like one thing about my game though, I always try to work on it is I have to be detailed, but sometimes I'm a little too heavy-handed with the dialogue. Like some dialogue might be too long, but over time I have refined it. It used to be worse. I've heard that it's not boring, but you have to pay attention, and some people are more casual when they play games. Like, they're not as intense about, like, paying attention to the story. Some people like to just play, but the story is, like, secondary. But for me, like, the story's got to be good, otherwise there's no reason to play it if it's an RPG. But now we have Mushroom King on our team. I think we're going to equip him with some, like, guns. Yeah. So like if you're seeing like a gameplay video of my game, and then there's suddenly something like a character called Mushroom King in your party, and you're like, man, how the hell did that happen? Well, that's how it happened.
I'll see you in hell.
But see, but I really wanted to make the idea of these separate planets that had like their own different vibe, because I've noticed that in a lot of I gotta fight these guys. It's a defect where they don't disappear when I run away.
I'll see you in hell.
But in most sci-fi RPGs, they usually take place on just one planet, like it might be that you're from a futuristic society, but you crash on a medieval planet, and like that's the story. And then you're on that planet the whole time, even though like you're from a futuristic society. So instead, I wanted to make a game that was literally like Star Trek, where you are going to all these different planets with different stuff going on them. And of course I have to limit the scope a little bit, so maybe you only go to like 2 places on that planet. But the fact is, you still have a world map, you still have towns on that planet, and it makes the game feel very big in scope. And I haven't seen, other than like a little bit of something like this with something like Mass Effect, I haven't seen that very much, or if at all. So part of the angle I'm going with for this game is that it's unusual for a JRPG, I guess, to... Oh, God. And so I think that that's my angle for how I can, maybe this game could be a success or, like, well-known in some way, because it'll be like, oh, okay, what RPG Maker game, what sci-fi RPG Maker games are there? And, you know, the list is literally like you can count it on one hand, or 2 hands, really, as far as like any noteworthy sci-fi RPG Maker games. So by making the only one that's like a hard sci-fi that has this much scope to it, it'll be like on the top 10 list, like whenever anybody talks about sci-fi RPG in the future for, you know, the RPG Maker engine. That's kind of my angle on it. But the last part I was going to show you guys is the mushroom people being put to work, being put to some serious labor. And then, of course, they're being forced with the mind control array to mine materials, and you have the little baby mushrooms running around, and, you know, wow, they're being worked to death. What is this? What have they done to my people? It's the mind control device. It forces them to work, whether they can handle it or not. I've never seen anything like this before. The Sky people are terrifying. Yes, we are. Let's move on. We need to find the source of this. So yeah, that's another side quest. You know, each of these like side quests are probably like 5 hours long or something like that. Like they're significant. And yeah, they're just like Star Trek episodes. Think of them like that. My problem is going to be that I try to do too much and then don't get it done. Because I have like so many ideas, and then it's like I have to focus it on what I can get done and do it in a fast enough period of time. Otherwise, I'll just keep developing forever. Okay, so I got on a tangent there, a big tangent. But I feel like it was a useful tangent. But now we get back to this. So we got our little newscast. I'm not going to worry about dialogue for these guys yet. I kind of want to do his desk, but I kind of don't. I'll skip his desk for now. I do have people talking in here. In Zedrix. I gotta think of what to do next. I think I'm gonna make the hallway containing the offices where the next part of the main story is going to be. Because what I'm probably gonna end up doing when I'm developing this Starshift Origins is I think I'm gonna roughly just like get through the storyboard parts first. Like, you go here, this happens, this battle happens, then you go here, then this scene happens, then here's the ending, and then once I have that ending, I'd have to spend a good week or two filling in like the little stuff, like the NPCs talking about you, and you know, people dancing in the nightclub. I've added a little bit already, but I got to get the main stuff done because this game has to come out in a month. So but see, this is like the little touches that, you know, when I'm done with the story, I'll just add a lot more of this type of stuff so the player can kind of explore and get lost. Let's see. The toilets work. They sure do. And then, of course, I'd fill this area with people coming and going. And then they would say little things that give you more clues about the world. And to you, as the player, with these people that you're playing as, they're just totally, like, blown away. This is like a different, almost like a parallel reality to them. So... And, you know, I'm okay at making maps, but making maps is like one of my least favorite parts, to be honest. Like, it's just kind of, it's just kind of like, ugh. I can do them pretty fast, but the motivation factor is what's hard with me making maps. Yeah, I think when the main game is complete, I can do some Steam achievements where, like, if you fill every toilet, you get like a Steam achievement that's called Super Pooper or something like dumb like that. I don't know. I like to have a little bit of sense of humor in my game. Not have it be too serious, even though there's some parts that are very dark. Call it administration. Turn this into a nice little hallway. Okay. Just keep it simple. Keep it simple, just a nice basic hallway, because it'll have offices, you know, like just straight up, because the next part you're going to have to go to is going to Commodore Wellington's office, where the next part of the story is going to end up happening. I do kind of like the idea of the transparent floor. As like decoration. And then we take down these. Add some more of those banners. Oh wait, not those ones. These ones. And then I think maybe make this a little more narrow of a hallway. And then we take this, we can go down down by 2. Down by 2, down by 2. And then we have his office here. And then we have this maybe be the command center. And then one sec. Okay. I'm back. Okay, so let us do the same thing here. We have the floor. Actually, wait. I'll just do it like... Let's do it like that. Okay, and then for now, there's no... Because one thing that gets me worked up is if I have to worry about the entire space station, and it just feels like it's too much. So, so what I typically like to do in situations like that is I like to have it where it looks like the station is bigger than it is, but then you have like guards or something that are just like, no, only authorized personnel may pass. So it makes the space station like look grand, but you really only have to worry about certain parts of it, because it's always it's a battle between making it intricate and adding more to it, and how long it's going to take you to do that. But it can't feel small to the player. It has to feel big. It has to feel grand, like you're in a real world, to some extent. Of course, it's a fake world, but and so that's kind of how I cut the difference. I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna use this as a rough template. Course, I'll make his office a little smaller than a big newsroom. Erase most of this. Let's see, what music do I want for the Admiral having an uneasy conversation with you? Because that's what we need right now. He's going to be having an uneasy conversation with you in which he makes you an offer you can't refuse. Basically, he kind of says, I've talked with my staff and, we can't really assist you in going back to where you came from because, our whole existence and what we fought for, relies on things not changing back, right? And they're gonna order that the ship gets turned over to them or something like that. So it's going to be a really like a very tense conversation. I haven't thought of all the details yet, but that's what I'm going for. And so it needs to be like a tense negotiation music without being too dramatic. So this is what I typically do. I just kind of play through them until I find something that makes sense. Let's see here. See, this track is, I'm not using this track, but this track is basically Kern's theme, because I kind of make it so that each like villain or important character kind of has their own theme. So this is Director Kern's like where he's giving orders to do shady shit, and this is his theme, Bone Tower. And he's just giving really shady orders, and like this is kind of his theme. And then we got what's his face, Director Ra, who is one of the other villains, and he always comes in. He's always about like annexing for more planets and like adding them to the ESA, and he comes in and with his fleet, and usually this is his theme, Director Ra's theme. He comes in right at the time where, you know, he waits for the right moment to strike, and then he just goes for it. And this is kind of the music that plays like right when the hammer is coming down. But I gotta find one that's like, this one could work. This one might work. But I'm thinking about it. This one sounds like a mysterious conversation, which I'm kind of going for more of like a tense negotiation, and I don't feel like this is tense enough. It's more like revealing new information to the player. Mysterious. So I gotta keep going. Ooh, this one might work. Might work. I'm thinking about it. Like, I just envision him saying, well, I've talked it over with my superiors, and it looks like regrettably we're gonna have to impound the ship. No, we're not giving you our ship. I'm sorry, it's too late. You know, blah 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 blah. I think this is probably a little too happy. This one might work. Like, I talked it over with my superiors, and regrettably, we're going to have to ask you to turn over the ship. I don't know, just if this vibe works or not. It's getting closer, though. I feel like we're getting closer. I always go back to this one. This is a track I use very often. Like I'm sorry, I've got some disturbing news to report to you. You know, like that kind of vibe, or like you're unpeeling the onion because it's going down the rabbit hole with finding out too much information, and it's getting scary. It's getting psychological. So I end up using this one a lot. Like, yeah, I might have to just default to this one that I use very often, just to speed it along. I'm sure there's a better track out there somewhere in the world, but I haven't found it yet. I guess since this is his office above the other planet, there wouldn't be a fucked up Earth in the background. Gotta fix that. Get these guys out of here. Trying to see what would go, like, would be nice little decorations in his office. I think, sorry, I have a itch in the back of my throat. I don't know why. Maybe it's COVID. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and I'll be right back. Staffu, please. God, all you guys pick these names that are impossible to pronounce. Yes, I've tried using Yanfly's. I've tried using Yanfly's Doodads plugin. I wanted to use it for the base building part, so like your actual like home base, like being able to really customize that, and like everybody could have screenshots of like their own custom home base. But it caused a lot of my other plugins to crash, so I had to kind of scrap that. But I wanted to use it. So yeah. Let's see here. Okay, we gotta put some decorations in here. I think I gotta make his office a different tile set, but I'll copy that and paste it into. In an office, there probably wouldn't be any of this in an office, or maybe that stuff, the flags and stuff, maybe. I think probably layer D. Probably layer D is the one I can swap out. Or maybe I swap out layer E with the one with all the paintings and stuff, and then we put paintings on the wall. But of course I made his whole thing a window, so maybe we'll make it 2 windows. And then, you know, a nice painting on the wall, just one nice one. Whichever one would make sense for a Commodore of a rebel government. Like, what would he like as a painting on the wall? Probably this one. It kind of represents like a planet, you know, rising from the ashes or something, like a phoenix. It has like a phoenix, a planet rising like a phoenix vibe to it. So we'll just go for that. We'll just go with that for now. And I think I have to make something digital on his desk. I just have to. So what I'll do is I'll load the file that has the desk in it. And I have the desk aligned just right. And I'll make a new desk as a character set that's exactly lined up with this grid. So 144 pixels across by 144 pixels. So we'll go new, we'll go 144 by 144. Who has a big forehead? Me or the character I was making? Because this was a bald guy. Oh yeah, yeah, bald guy. So we... What the hell? Okay. Okay, we do that, we copy, and then we paste. I bet it's not aligned properly. So how many spaces from the top is it? Or the bottom? Free transform. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 from the top. So we go here and we go, damn it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then I believe it was 1 pixel over. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna keep this pretty simple because I don't want this to take forever, but I think it'll look good. I'm just gonna kind of cobble it together from other ones I've already made. So what we want to do, I think, right now is we want to make the whole top of the desk black. And oh no, not that black. Okay. And that's because it's going to be all flashing with like alien, or not alien, I always use that word, but with like data and other shit that like an admiral or a commodore might be looking at. I'll do 300% and 400%. Now the logic behind how I'm doing this is like when you add normally it's characters that you're doing this with, like the little walking characters. And the logic of it, for anybody that doesn't know RPG Maker, is that you have 4 directions, you know, down, up, left, and right. So the top, and then they're divided into 3s. So like if a character was stepping, like walking, the first frame would be this one, second frame would be this one, third frame would be this one. So that would be like the character's foot, the left foot in front, and then both legs in the center, and then right foot in front. But as a nice, easy method, I use it for stuff like animated computer consoles and stuff like that. So if I open up one of my other computer consoles, so that's why it has to be whatever you make. Like this desk was 144 by 144, but I need 3 frames of that. So I did 300% horizontal and 400% vertical. Otherwise, it won't line up. So if I go to characters, and I go to view, sort by name, I gotta go to some of my computer consoles and kind of make something up for this desk. So maybe I'll use this one. Yeah, something like this. And then maybe I make it, yeah, I think I can make this work. See if we make it exactly 50%. Oh yeah, we want it to be negative 50. Yep. Okay, that doesn't necessarily work out. Oh, I have an idea. We do non-contiguous, and then I get all of just these parts because they are unique colors, and I get just that part instead of the rest of it. And then now I have all of these. Of course, not the right size yet, but yeah, then we do something like that, but then I just erase the parts that are too big. Get rid of the excess fat. And then I duplicate this desk. 3 of them, and then that'll be my desk, and it'll look like the Commodore is looking at like fleet deployments or something. Very simple. It took like 2 minutes, not 2 minutes, but not that long. Now I'm going to make this like separate. Get it aligned to just the right spot. And then we go to this under layer and then delete that part. That way we can decouple one part of that layer with the other part. Okay, now here's where it gets a little tricky because I got to make this line up the same. Otherwise the lines are going to move when we animate it. Actually, you know what? Let me undo its positioning and then I'll just use the arrows because that way I know it's exactly aligned horizontal. It just has to be yeah, I think that's it. Yep, right there. Now we trim the fat from this one. Yeah, you know, maybe it would look better in blue instead of yellow. And then it would also make it look different than the one you see later in a different part of the game that this is basically a copy of. So what if we go red and we change it to blue? Make it like that shade of blue. Maybe something like that. And now I've got to do the same thing to this one and separate it from the others. Alright, yeah, I like bright white LED. That sounds good to me. Let's try it. I'm just gonna trim the fat first. And I do think that, yeah, I can do the glow effect. No problem. But I do think that a lot of game makers, like, they use, like, colors that are, like, too muted. Like, they always seem to want to do, like, that washed out color thing as, like, a color palette. And some people don't like that I use, like, almost a rainbow palette. Like harsh primary colors. And I think the way we can do this glow effect, I think I know a way, easily. I have the lighting plugin, but that can really only show the light on top of one of the squares. What I can do is at first I have to select all the blue parts. Control C, Control V. They are aligned on top of each other, and then I go blending options, and then I go outer glow, and I make the outer glow the same color as this. And then God, I want something kind of in between. I don't know why 1% difference does that. Okay, here's what we can do. No, white glow looks worse. I think the blue will work, like, especially, yeah, that looks really cool actually. It looks like neon lights or something. And now I can do the same thing for the green and the reds. We do a copy layer style, paste layer style, and then make the outer glow for those. And it'll look really good when it's animated too. like when it's when you see the things moving. The one thing I'm debating right now of what to do is if I put little stars on here, like if I put like little white dots for stars. I think the problem with the X's is that they are too dark. I think they need to also be that bright LED red. Yep, that's it. That is it right there. Maybe make the glow a little bit less intense on the red. And then we go back to these desks. And the problem is that I did the desks before I did the stars. Like, I do want to do some stars though. I think that would look good. But let's test it. I'll put a new layer so I can duplicate it with stars. And we just do like how does my brain do that? Where I'm like trying to place the stars randomly, and then I form a perfect square. It's like it's annoying sometimes. Welcome back, D7. We're just having some Photoshop fun right now. Because I had to have this Commodore's desk get animated with like fleet movements and such. No, I don't need to do the 9 frames. I only need to do 3. Because what I do is, if I wanted to make the frames where it had 9 frames of animation, I would have to use all 9. But that would take longer. And so I usually keep it simple with just 3 frame animations for a computer. And that way I only have to do one direction. And I just make the event direction fix. And then stepping animation, and then it's just very easy to copy paste place wherever. If I do the 9 frame thing, I kind of have to do a move route to make it turn in different directions while stepping to do the 9 frames, which is just a little bit more cumbersome. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make one star 1 pixel away from the edge, and then that way I know exactly where to align it on the next, when I duplicate it. So when I just go directly horizontal and just 1 pixel away from the edge, and then that way the stars will remain stationary. And like, you know, I have to make stuff like this all the time, just like a quick 3 frame animation. And then it really just adds a special touch. Like, it makes it look like it's 100% original or whatever. And it is, but it's not really like it's not as crazy as it seems, I guess. When some people, because I think some people just give up too soon and they don't like try. You know, I couldn't make any of this shit at first, and then I just practiced, and then eventually it's like faster and faster. Because the reason why it gets faster is not just because your skill level goes up, but it's because once you've made a few things, you have like templates you can go back to that are like drop, change a few things, it looks totally different. Whereas at first, when you've got nothing, to make it the first time is hard, but then after you make something like it, you can kind of use it as a template and change it around, and then it's just boom, boom, boom. So, all right, let's try this. Let us try this now. Try to keep the names somewhat organized, which I'm very bad at. Computer console 13, 14, computer console 17, 18, 19. Okay, so computer console 20. Commodore's desk. Alright, so the way we make it so that this... Because normally if I did just the character set for a desk, the problem with the way that character sets work is that it only recognizes one square here. So I can make a character that's more than one square. I can make it 3 squares. But if I do that, then I either have to put a bunch of blank events on the edges so that you don't walk into the desk, or I do something like this where I put a desk down first and then I just put the character set over it, you know, above characters. Stepping, direction fix, and then it does work where you can't go through the desk. Unless I think I know what problem I'm going to run into, but we'll test it. We'll test it. I wish there was a way to make it so that you could... there's a plugin for it, but it doesn't work quite right. Where you can put... thanks, D7. Where you can put... perhaps, like, oh, this event is three squares across by three squares vertical. And that way, you know, if you put same level as character, it would apply for the squares around it rather than just... Yeah, so let's see what this looks like. Frequency highest. And I think it's gonna add a nice little touch. Cause I noticed that even like the paid packs, the paid DLC that come out for RPG Maker, they don't even have like animated computer consoles. Oh, wrong one. I wasn't aware that Yanfly had one. Do you know the name of that plugin so I can investigate that? Okay. It works, but I think it's a little too fast. And the white line is 1 pixel off on one of them. Okay, so how did I slow it down with the other one? Is it maybe just that the frequency is slower? Because I've done this before with the same like if I turn the frequency to lowest, does it actually go slower? Okay. So I'm gonna have to fix that white line on one of them. Oh yeah, I see where it's off. Oh, they're all in one. Okay. Let's... Oh, hey, wait a minute. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, here's what I gotta do because I fucked this up. contiguous, and then we do this. Then we do free transform. Do that. For some reason, and I don't know why, but Photoshop, it's like it'll be fine, and then it'll do some weird lag thing where I have to just close Photoshop and open it back up again. It happens whenever I'm messing with, like, where I'm selecting what I'm doing with a box. It like just goes glitch, and then it'll be like where it still works, but there's like a 5-second delay with like every action you try to do. So it's just gets fucking annoying sometimes. But let me look for sure and see, because I know that it looks that the frames was slower on the previous part where I used this as a template. So I need to go back to it, and that'll be the quickest way, just looking at the previous event. Zeth's office. I know the frequency's the highest. Oh, that's how I did it. I did where I do 1 frame at a time, and I do wait 15 frames, wait 10 frames, wait 30 frames. So it kind of made it look like it was going at an uneven rate, and it made it look better. So I'll show you guys, because I'm just gonna do the same thing. Yeah, because I didn't even remember how I did that, and now that I see, I'm like, oh yeah, that would work. Because like sometimes you figure something out and then you like forget how you did it. Yeah. That looks a lot better. Oh no. Let's see. Yeah, that looks better. Yeah, and I think that I think that frequency would normally work, but I think I fucked it up because I used a plugin to make it so my characters like have a faster walk, like because I thought that the walk speed seemed too slow, like the frame between each step seemed too slow to me for the default RPG Maker walking. So they look kind of like they're running, but sometimes people have where it's like it's so slow, it's almost like you're walking at a very slow pace from room to room, and I kind of like it where it's fast. Like for me, always run would be on at all times. This music isn't supposed to be playing in here. This music I will take out. And we'll get Commodore Wellington in here. We'll get him in here, and he'll be sitting in his chair. Sitting in his chair. save his location. And and this is the music we're going to end up using for this tense moment coming up. One, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five. Oh wait, I have to test something. I think there's going to be a problem where your head is underneath the computer because it's above character, and you can walk right up to the table. This is a thing that's kind of annoying that I have to deal with. That I still haven't fully solved it, but yeah, see. Oh, I have an idea. Why not just cut off the bottom part of this table? Because we don't need this bottom part. So only the above part has to be above the character. So we just simply cut the table off the bottom. Maybe that'll do the trick. Oh, and then the Commodore's halfway in his chair, of course. So we'll just make it so that the chair... so that you can't walk into the chair. Yep, and I think that'll work. The hardest ones, though, are the chairs. So, like, when you want it so that the character can walk behind the chair, but you also want it so the character can sit in the chair. So if the chair isn't exactly the right size, you end up with the character's head going behind the chair. Yep, okay, cool. We fixed it. Yep. All good. For some reason, I always like going to the nightclubs or the bars in my own game. Got some nice dance floor shit going on. Pink line. What are you referring to? Pink line. Oh, what did I put as the move route for the dancers? Well, I can show you that. So I use different ones for each one, but it's literally like direction fix on, so you make them stuck in one direction, and then you make them move to the side, and then wait a little bit, and then turn the fix off, have them turn again, and then direction fix on. So that way you can make them move around, but it makes it look like they're dancing. But it's bullshit. I mean, it's really not that hard, but it looks funny though. I don't know. It makes me laugh. And then this one's just jumping diagonals. There's the desk. Okay, so now that we have his desk, now we will start the saga. We'll start the tense negotiation where he's gonna give you bad news that they need to take your ship and that they can't let you complete your mission. Or something like that. Oh, or maybe just an offer you can't refuse. Meaning like, look, we're willing to help you, but you need to join Novus with your ship. Or something like that. Welcome. Or Captain Everson. I hope you found the station's accommodations. Sometimes I can spell a word, but it doesn't feel right when I like go to. No. Okay, I was spelling it wrong. So he's going to be giving you some bad news. You know, he talked to his superiors, and they decided that they're going to have to put a clamp down on you because of the disturbing information that you showed him about the timeline. hope you found the station's accommodations adequate. Yes. It is a nice station. Yes. It was fine. Yes. Yes. I'll just put yes for now. I'm gonna make it nicer later, but I'm just gonna put yes for now because it's not important. That part's not important, but I'll figure that out. Yes, Yes, it has been. Did you have a chance to speak with your superior? Yes. I'm afraid I have some bad news. Military Council. Military Council. Has decided that they cannot allow your ship to leave. I'll just say the council cannot allow your ship to leave at this time. And then your character flips out, or maybe Magnus flips out. Maybe the second, yeah, your second in command flips out. Follower 1. And follower 0. And then we go to Magnus. We go to Magnus. Sorry, I'm getting a text. Jesus. People send you a text that's like a book in length. Okay, I'll just read it later. Okay. The thing that messes me up the most is the phone. I get like off track really easily whenever the phone goes off, and it goes off a lot. in your crew come from what can only be described as an alternate timeline. The timeline which, if restored, timeline which, if restored, means that Novus Federation will cease to exist. This would be an unacceptable outcome. This would be an unacceptable outcome. Okay, and then after the outcome is unacceptable, okay. I'm just adding the end to this event really quick so that it doesn't loop. Ship and your crew come from what can only be described as an alternate timeline. A timeline which, if restored, means that the Novus Federation will cease to exist. This would be an unacceptable outcome. We've fought too hard for this to just disappear in the blink of an eye. Which, if restored, we fought too hard for this to just disappear in the blink of an eye. Now, this is the part where I'm trying to think of what comes next, because he says your ship can't leave at this time. And in the main game, when you capture the ship that you get, it was in control of Novus, and it got stolen by a, for lack of a better term, pirate faction, Artemis Resnor and the Resnorians. So in the main game, you get this ship, you get the main ship after you steal it from them. Like, they stole it from Novus, you steal it from them. And I already know what I want the ending to be for this prologue. The ending is that, and I'm blurry on it because I don't know how to get to the ending, but I know what I want the ending to be. So we're coming up with the steps to get to that ending. And I'm gonna go back and watch. I have to do this a lot, by the way. So if I'm like looking for an idea of what to do next, I have to like double check what I've already done. And so how this alternative reality came to be about, like came about, you dock at their station, they're keeping you safe, they're repairing your ship, but there's a problem to fix. Now, in the main game, when you first start the game, it starts with somebody standing over you. Somebody that you don't know who they are, and they talk about, you know, we need to make sure your memory is okay. You used to work for the ESA Navy, right? what was your name, what was your profession, blah blah blah, and that's when the main game starts. So in the main game, the timeline is already wrong. It's already not the original timeline. So perhaps that person in the beginning will show up at the end of the game, and their face will be revealed, and maybe the timeline's been restored, maybe things have been fixed, but you're from the wrong timeline in the right timeline. So, but as part of this, as a plot device, I made it so that there wasn't one ship, there's two ships. So the other ship is a heavy cruiser, and the ship that you have is a light cruiser. And they both have the time travel technology. Like, you can't time travel with your ship. It actually just prevents changes in the timeline. But with a something called a slipstream gate, with the crystal on your ship, you can time travel. But of course, that gate is at Earth, and they're not letting you near Earth because of not being from that timeline, and them trying to maintain it, and Kern not letting it happen. But perhaps the heavy cruiser. Well, let's just go and let's see the heavy cruiser and how that came about and how this came about. Some of you might have already seen this part, but I have to see it again for myself to like double check. Computer. It started 30 years ago. Computer access all historical records of the slipstream gate. Access code Everson Z129272D757. I had a little Easter egg for D7 in there. So this is 30 years ago. What do you think it is, sir? That's what we're here to find out. The scans indicate the structure is 100,000 years old. What is this? Scan the inscription. Translate it. Scan the crystals. Hell, scan everything. Yes, sir. I've got a rough translation. What does it say? It reads, the current order of the Fifth Era has been achieved through an eternal balance between the darkness and the light. Order? What order? Fifth Era? The crystals appear to be vibrating at different frequencies. I'm detecting temporal distortions from both of the crystals. Temporal distortions? That's above my pay grade. We need to get the crystals back to headquarters. And these transponders should do the trick. Activate. A scientist by the name of Kern was able to reverse engineer the devices. Kern? Really? That snake? You know of him? Yes, he's the bane of our existence. I'll explain later. Please continue. I need to see them. Okay. We've done successful trials on volunteers. The device indeed allow for teleportation through space and time. The power requirements are immense. So far we've only been able to go forward or backward a few years. Eventually, Kern was able to replicate the technology. It was a game changer. Today's the day. We finally get to initiate the experiment. If it works, we will be able to duplicate the functionality of the devices. Begin the procedure. Yes. Subdirector. Excellent. As they refined the technology over the coming years, it was adapted for use on starships. That's when I became involved. This ship is classified as a light cruiser, the TRS Dauntless. It's one of our two prototypes. The other ship is the TRS Raven. It's classified as a heavy cruiser. Captain Carol Everson, you are hereby reassigned to the Dauntless. Congratulations, Captain. She's a fine ship. Our first mission was to go forward 10 years using the slipstream gate reconnaissance. What did you find? Nothing good. To our shock and dismay, we discovered that the Earth had been rendered uninhabitable from an attack. A previously unknown alien race known as the Calterians. Shortly after we returned, the heavy cruiser, the Raven, was sent back using the Slipstream Gate. They were ordered to bombard the Calteran homeworld to prevent Earth's destruction. This is the moment everything changed. We suddenly found ourselves in a reality that was not our own. Something had gone horribly wrong. The crystal must have shielded us from the changes in the timeline. We've been on the run ever since. Astonishing. Our world, has it all been one big lie? Have we all been used as pawns in some unfair game? This has given me a lot to think about. I will need to discuss the situation with my superiors. It will be difficult for them to believe this. Don't worry, you're safe in the meantime. Please feel free to explore Nexus Station while we begin repairs on your ship. When you're done touring the station, I'll be in my office. I'll meet you there. Commodore. Yes. What is it? You said you were going to tell us how you know about the scientist, Kern. He's Chief Director Kern, Chairman of the Virtual Corporate Council, which means he's head of state of the ESA government. He's no longer human. After a botched assassination attempt, he was fatally injured. His consciousness was downloaded into an android body a few years ago. As they always say with the procedure, part of the original mind is always lost in the transfer. Kern is head of state of this alliance. What are the chances? Kern was directly in charge of the Slipstream Gate program. He must be the one that caused all of this to unravel. But why? What are his motives? What happened to the Raven? I don't know. Maybe there's something more to these crystals than we thought. Maybe we're playing with something we don't fully understand. Maybe we don't understand, but Kern certainly does. May I accompany you to the station? We need to find out as much about this world as we can if we hope to survive. Yes, of course, Lieutenant. So basically, the Raven went back in time. Shit got fucked up. You don't know where the Raven is. But here's my idea for the Raven. And I just made up the Raven last week, okay? So, the Raven is going to be, I think, like a corrupt crew. Like, Kern handpicked people to be that crew that caused all this. And you don't know where they are, right? You don't know where that ship is or anything like that. But now that you've shown the record to this guy, to Commodore Wellington, he realizes that if you are actually able to restore your timeline, that their timeline will no longer exist. And so he says that your ship can't leave. So maybe I shouldn't make it so your ship can't leave. Maybe it should leave, but I'm just trying to brainstorm what to do. But this is the part that's tough. I'm gonna figure it out though. But the plan is because again the story says that the crystals have to be brought together for things to be in balance, and that's why the statue had the two crystals, and it had been there for 100,000 years. So the timeline or whatever's going on remains stable. When these crystals are in balance. But when one crystal goes somewhere else and another crystal goes somewhere else, it basically like rips apart time or causes some radical shifts in the timeline, and so I'm kind of thinking right now at this point the Raven is out there somewhere, and the Raven is out there and it's causing all kinds of chaos and doing all kinds of things, and what I kind of want to do with that is that the ending I have planned for this prologue, but I still don't know how to get there yet. But I think I know what I want the ending to be. The ending will be that that at the end of this prologue story that comes out next month, it's a full game released next month. It's going to be about a 5-hour long short story, as a prologue to the main game. Hopefully, getting good reviews on Steam and stuff like that. But at the end of this prologue, I want it so that the captain and her crew, or at least a few of them, at least the archer guy, that you go through some kind of gate, some kind of time gate or some kind of whatever, because you think you know where the Raven is going to be. And, the only way for this to get stabilized again, okay, we can't restore our timeline, but we can stabilize it, prevent it from changing even more. So in order to do that, we have to get the Raven. We have to capture the Raven or get the Raven back. So I'm not going to have the part where you get the Raven, where you actually are on the Raven and something happens there. I'm not going to do that part. The ending will be something like you walk through a time gate as a person or something, because they've calculated where the Raven is going to be, and then when you walk through the gate, it goes whoosh and flashes to white. And then that will be kind of the end of the prologue. And then when you play the main game, the game starts with a flash of light and then somebody standing over your body saying, "You used to work for the ESA Navy. What did you specialize in?" Such and such. And that's how the main game starts. So perhaps the person standing over you is the captain from this game, or a crew member from her crew, where they're standing over you because now you're out of place in another timeline or something like that. Or they found, and I kind of want to make it so that in the main game they find the Raven, or they did find the Raven, and then the Raven got where the Captain Everson or whatever was able to take control of the Raven, and in the main game the Raven joins you, and so then you have both ships, and she's the captain of one and you're the captain of the other, and because both ships are working together with the two crystals that are supposed to bring things into balance, that's when you finally have enough power to defeat Kern and really beat them back. And that's kind of the idea I'm going for with how to do this. But I kind of want the player in this prologue to have wonder whether they were successful or not. They won't know, and kind of like making them thirst for more to play the main game. And then these characters might only be revisited again, about halfway through the main game, and maybe they're older, maybe they're like 10 years older or something, because they've been through a lot. That's kind of the rough idea I'm going for. The part I'm fuzzy about right now is when you talk to this guy, and he's kind of saying you can't leave, but you need to find the Raven, or you need to go after the Raven in some way. So either your ship has to stay, but you can go somewhere else, or you can take your ship and be the captain of your ship, and they allow that, but you have to join them. Maybe something like that, where we have a deal. You can join us, and we need you to get the Raven back, but you're not going to go back. There's no way you're going to be able to go back to your original timeline, because the slipstream gate is only on Earth. You know, we're not going to build one. But there is a planet, maybe the planet where you picked up the crystals, maybe there's something there that they missed. And then maybe it's a time gate of some kind that like lets you walk through it as a few people, but not a whole ship. And so then by the time you go through that gate as the captain, you maybe they let you take your ship, you have to join them, and then you have a lead of some kind, of some planet you can go to, and I don't know what that planet is. Maybe it's another planet. Maybe it's a krill planet, because the krill have that technology too. And your ship is in orbit, you beam down, and you and your team discover a portal, and you go through it because you know where the Raven is and what time it's going to show up, because maybe Novus has records of that ship. You know, we saw your log. It looks like we've seen that ship before, but it was unidentified. And it comes and goes, and we don't know. We haven't been able to keep track of it, blah, blah, blah. But we do know that it showed up here 5 years ago. We do know it showed up here 3 years ago, 7 years ago, whatever. And then you as a person go through the gate, and then that's when it flashes to white, and you don't know what happened to him, and you don't know whether they got the Raven, whether they didn't. And when you play the main game, you're in this timeline that's fucked up. You're in it already, and you're native to that timeline. So I think that the Raven discovering what happened to the Raven is going to be like almost at the climax of the story of the main game, and then the result of that will be that you have the Raven and your other ship, and the two crystals are together, and that is enough to pose a serious threat to what Kern is trying to do. And so that's where I'm at right now, and I think I can get there. But I'm just thinking about it. So, any ideas about how to bridge that gap? I always appreciate. And I know that my story is a little convoluted, but I think it'll work. I think if I can get it done, it'll be like a memorable story, because I feel like I have unusual stuff in my story. Like it's an unusual concept, I think, to have time travel, but you're not the time traveler, and you're like trying to stop the time traveling. You're like, it's like a conspiracy. You're unraveling a conspiracy type thing. So, yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna go back and try to think of something. And I always have to play the music as the vibe, like when I'm like thinking up the idea. Your ship and the crew come from what can only be described as an alternate timeline. A timeline which, if restored, means that Novus Federation will cease to exist. This would be an unacceptable outcome. We fought too hard for this to just disappear. We fought too hard for our progress just disappear in the blink of an eye. Our ship. So you're taking our ship. So you're taking, I'll just say you're taking our ship. With extreme anger. And then he tries to soothe it over. Are you saying? While reviewing your ship's logs regarding the slipstream gate. While reviewing your ship's logs regarding the slipstream gate. Also, some people get pissed about the ... thing. I prefer it over commas, especially if it's like at the end of a sentence, because like sometimes it's like a long sentence. And when you talk to somebody in real life, like if you speak to somebody in real life, like you do have pauses that are longer and shorter. And it provides a strategic pause to give the brain like a little bit of rest before the next sentence, because especially in my game, because I have a lot of dialogue, and maybe sometimes it's too much, but it's a complex story, so it works, but I'm always trying to refine it and simplify it, but... yes, the gate might have a mass limit. What I like to do instead of mass limit is power level. You know, the greater the mass, and the further that you want to go forward and backward, the more power you need. And there's only a limited amount of power, and so what that means is that, yeah, you can really fuck up the timeline. You can do all kinds of shit, but you're not able to go back a million years. You're only able to go back like a few hundred years at most. But the aliens that built the crystals, they can go back much further, because they might be a very advanced civilization that can harness like the energy of a sun or something. So maybe later in the game you get access to something like that, and and you go back all the way to the beginning or something. I don't know. I'm still thinking that part out, but I think what I'm gonna have Commodore Wellington do is he's gonna say, when reviewing your records, the most notable thing in your records was the Raven. We have records of that ship. We've seen that ship. Blah, blah, blah. And yeah, E equals MC squared. Yeah. But while reviewing your ship's logs regarding the slipstream gate, one thing. Oh yeah, oh yeah, that's good. One thing stood out. The heavy cruiser, known as the Raven. What about it? What about it? We've seen it before. And I'm probably gonna end up changing his face, because I have to use like placeholder faces and then go back and change them out later. But just to keep it rolling, and then all I do is replace his face set with similar facial expressions in the same squares, and then it just cascades through the game. But I have a lot of faces just so that I can use as placeholders, because every single character in the game has a face, even the NPCs. We've seen it before. We've seen it before in previous encounters. Until today. Yeah, this is good. Until today, its origin was a mystery. And then, you know, I think that its origin was a mystery is good, because it ties in with the title of the game, Starship Origins. So you're finding the origin of the ship and everything like that. Until today, its origin was a mystery. Today, its origin was a mystery. Oh, not it is origin. Its origin was a mystery. Right, but the reason why I'm using the heavy cruiser is because when you talked about that cruiser, he was just finding out about it for the first time. So he's like remembering from the log you showed him. And he's like, the heavy cruiser, that heavy cruiser. Or, you know, a heavy cruiser. Something that stood out. The heavy cruiser, you know, from your log. Known as the Raven. So I get where you're coming from, but I'm gonna have to stick with the on that one. But who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. You know, maybe I'll change it later. Okay, we've seen it before in previous encounters. Until today, its origin was a mystery. We've seen it before in previous encounters. Okay, we've seen it before in previous encounters. Before in previous encounters. Until today, its origin was a mystery. Based on the logs you provided, seems that the timeline can only be stabilized when crystals are brought together in balance. Based on the logs you provided regarding the alien artifacts, it seems that the timeline can only be stabilized when the crystals are brought together in balance. Seems the crystal. It seems the timeline. Yeah, can only be stabilized. which means we have to find and retrieve the Raven. Means we have to find and retrieve the Raven. Yes. Which means we will have to find and retrieve the Raven. Yes. How are we going to do that? Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I'd actually do them more, but most of the time my schedule is unreliable. Like, I don't know when I'm going to get interrupted or not, and it's very common that I get bugged all the time. So I typically do them on, I've done them on other days before, but I typically do them on Fridays and Saturdays. Fridays or Saturdays, because those are my slowest days of the week. Yeah, I think I get better at it over time. I mean, it was actually D7's idea. You know, I watched one of his videos and he said that that devlogs are very important, and you know, so that people can kind of see what you're doing or how you do it. And I was like, yeah, that does make sense. Why not? And then so I just thought I'd try it, but I actually kind of enjoy it, and more so that because like I'm not really into streaming that much, and I don't even watch a lot of streamers, but for some reason D7 streams are more fun than the other people I've seen doing streams. So I kind of when it comes to my streams, I kind of just it's not so much that I do it because I'm trying to stream or get people to watch me. Partially it's for another reason where like I kind of have a little bit of ADD. So like if I'm on my own and I'm making my game, I'll like work on it for like 5 minutes and then, you know, watch a YouTube video. And then I'll come back and work on it for 10 minutes and then go on Facebook. Or I'll come back for another 20 minutes and then I'll go read news. And so when I'm live and I'm streaming, I can't do that. I literally have to focus on making my game, whether I would hop out or not. I just have to, because I'm not gonna do a stream where I'm going on Facebook or I'm going on YouTube and watching other people's videos when it's a stream about me making my game. So it kind of just keeps me on task. Even though like talking like what we're doing right now takes up a little bit of time, it is still way more productive than when I just am not streaming and trying to do the same work, because I literally have to stay on track when it's a stream. So like that's kind of the reason why it's been helpful to me actually, which is a side effect I didn't really expect. So thanks D7. Thanks. How are we going to do that without our ship? Never said we were taking away your ship. But we do have terms. What sort of terms? What sort of terms? Well, I'm glad you like them. I actually think they'll help me get more subscribers and stuff too. So it's like win-win. And I get better too at like chit-chatting and stuff, because normally I kind of zoom in and just work on it and then don't say anything. So I'm getting better at like interacting with the people who are interested in my game, right? So it's fun. Yeah, it's good. I like it. I never said we were taking away your ship, but we do have terms. What kind of terms? The problem with the RPG Maker forums is that I'm banned. So I saw your comment and I'm not allowed to reply because I'm banned. Why was I banned? Well, in the early days, when I was first making my own graphics, and I can make them 100% original now. But in the early days when I was making my own graphics, I wasn't very good at making things from scratch, right? So I had to like modify. Like I modified. I took tile sets that already existed and I changed them. And so they ended up being kind of like kit bashing edits with significant differences, but they were edits of existing tile sets. So the one that got me banned was this one, but it wasn't actually made by me. It was just in my set. So this layer called it's called Futuristic Casio 5 because I made a tile set with somebody named Casio, who still makes tile sets. You can see his stuff on the Steam Workshop and everything like that. We worked together to make a futuristic tile set. This was the A5 layer. This layer was made by Casio. And this ended up being an edit of the futuristic tile set that that is the DLC tile set. So if you go to if I go to that tile set, and I'm just being straight up, like what got me banned, okay? So if I go to that tile set, you can see that it's significantly different though. It's not, it was heavily edited, but you know, if I go to the original, and some of these are actually edited because I put these in because I cascaded from the original game. But if I go to the other, but if I go to the modded one, you know, these are the differences. So Casio edited this one and turned it into this one. So as part of his edits, you can see stuff here like these floor pieces that are hexagon with whatever. He took these and like layered them on top. He like took this part and layered it on top of this part and did different colors. And the RPG Maker team, or somebody named Hidden One, she reverse engineered how this happened. And then I got banned, and I got all my tile sets, even the ones that I made by myself, taken off because I didn't make this layer, but the layer was part of my set because I made other layers. I didn't make the A5 layer, which was the flooring, so I added his layer to my set as a set. And if we look at the other layers, I think it's the futuristic technology set. Galacticron, let me go, is it sorted by name? Yeah. So if I go to, where's my other set? I'm looking for it, one sec. Yeah. Okay. So at the time when I was modding, you know, this was my set at the time, like my set. I did take a little bit of the chairs from some of the other sets and like kind of made it look different, but you know, it's modded. I made the computers myself, but some stuff was modded, and you can see this set it's from 3 years ago, so it was a little bit worse than the sets I make now because I was learning to make stuff by editing other stuff, and that was a very good bridge method to learn how to make my own stuff. And so this was my earlier set, and so these were my layers. Yeah, these were my layers, and they were modded from stuff, and I just took pieces and put them on top of other pieces and kind of like Legos and did whatever, and so yeah, I got totally banned. And again, like, and I'm gonna tell you guys straight up, I know some people are really hardcore about copyright, and I'm not trying to steal somebody's work and claim that it's my own, and I've never done that. But I've always felt that modding was okay. Like, you take something, and I'm not charging for this. I'm doing shit for free. So I thought that if you took something and modded it and made it different enough that was okay. And I think it's okay. If anybody wants, I would feel flattered if anybody took any of my sets and modded them and turned it into something else. I'd be so happy if I saw that. But yeah, that's how I got banned. I asked, you know, hey, can I, you know, you know, this will never happen again. I'm really sorry. And they said, well, think about it. And then they said, no. And so I got banned. And so that's what happened, and that's how it happened. I know. But I don't think it was ban worthy either, but they did, and so I'm permanently banned because of that, and so I can't even like do updates on my game on the forum. And I know the forums have so many people on it for RPG Maker. It's like one of the best places you would go to post your resources and stuff. And more people finding out about my tile sets and stuff really dropped off after that. But I also think that part of it is personal, because I think my tile sets, a lot of these tile sets that I make, are better than the retail tile sets you pay for. So I think that I'm like just directly competition for their sci-fi, because the sci-fi tile set, like, I don't know what's up, but it seems like most RPG Maker people like hate sci-fi, or they hate futuristic stuff. It's like always wizards and magic and castles and magic, and they have one sci-fi tile set that they've made, or two, from like 10 years ago when it was VX Ace, and that's the tile set everybody uses. If you play any futuristic RPG Maker game, any of them, all of them, they all use that one tile set. And so I was trying to offer some more variety. I mean, there's just not enough sci-fi shit. And I was like, hey, I'm gonna make some sets. And so when I was learning, and this set, for example, this one that you see right here, this is 100% original. I didn't even mod stuff to make this set. I just made it. And these images, these paintings on the wall, are all from Pixabay. So these are all CC0 licensed images that can be used for any purpose without giving credit. And Pixabay, by the way, is a very good site. If you want to get some raw materials and you just want to use it, for any reason, pictures, wallpapers, animations, other stuff, you can use anything on this website without giving credit at all. And so a lot of times I'll take something from this website and like modify it and turn it into something new, and then it looks really cool in the game or whatever. But yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm banned. They had a zero tolerance policy there, and yeah, so that's the backstory of how that happened. But I don't care. It's not going to keep me down. I'm just gonna keep lapping them as far as sci-fi resources. I'll just keep making more of them and just flood it. But I do wish there was other forums that were active. There used to be multiple forums that were kind of active, like RPGmaker.net and stuff. But it just seems like RPG Maker Web is the only forum that's really active these days. Yeah, and let me look this up. Yeah, so see, here's the post. The resources you should definitely not use. And then they even did like a big thing about it. A big like don't trust Psychronic. Everything by Psychronic. So you can't trust anything made by Psychronic, is what they're saying. So yeah, this was 2017. So this was or not 2015. It was like, yeah, it was 2019. So it was more than 2 years ago. But yeah, so I'm discredited, or a pariah in the RPG Maker community. But I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. I'll just move forward. Let's see here. your crew. Membership within the Novus Federation. Oh yeah, I have an idea now. The council is offering you and your crew membership within the Novus Federation. But you must agree to not restore the original timeline, something like that. And in order to enforce that policy, you still will be able to maintain command of your ship. But in order for us to enforce that policy, you will be required to take on new crew under your command who are Novus, longtime Novus personnel. So that way, they give you your ship back, and you can use it to get the Raven. But you know, we're going to make sure that you don't just try to like restore your timeline. So you're stuck here, but we're going to let you join us, and we're going to get the Raven back. We're going to do what we can to get the Raven back, but you're going to need to, we know a lot of your crew died, so we're going to give you some new, you must agree to the following terms. Yeah, that's good. But you must agree to the following term. Okay, wait, I'll just make that as a separate one. But you must agree to the following. Circumstances will you attempt to restore your timeline? Terms and conditions. Under no circumstances will you attempt to restore your timeline. No circumstances will you attempt to restore your timeline. You will obey the command structure of Novus Federation in accordance to restore your timeline, you will obey the command structure of Novus Federation in accordance, or just like any other officer. Command structure of Novus Federation, just like any other officer. Taking orders from me, which means you'll be taking orders from me right now. And then, man, how do you respond? Maybe this is where the player can have a choice of how to respond, but I gotta keep it simple enough because this game comes out in a month. Comes out in a month, so I have to prioritize, and you know, it's just a prologue. The story of this game isn't gonna indefinitely continue like my main game. It will be kind of a mystery at the end where you don't know what happened to the crew, and then you get the ship with no crew later, and then they're gonna pop up again somehow. Probably with the Raven. I think that's how I want to do it, where they were successful at getting the Raven and bringing it back. But by that time, the ship had already been stolen, and then you get it, and then they come after you, and then you convince them to join you instead. You know, something like that. if we refuse? If you refuse, your ship will be impounded. Your crew will be imprisoned. Your ship will be impounded. Your crew will be held for their own safety. For their own safety. For their own safety doesn't make sense. It needs to be like, if you refuse, your ship will be impounded and your crew will be held in custody while we figure out. Your crew will be held in custody, held in protective custody. Just protective custody, you know, because they're protecting you, because ESA was attacking you. So he's kind of duplicitous in saying he's protecting you by keeping you imprisoned. Or, you know, you can keep your ship, but you have to follow us. Seen it before. I really like that. I like that. If you refuse, your ship will be impounded. Your crew will be imprisoned. And your futures will be inconclusive. I like that. It sounds kind of weird. It sounds kind of harsh, but in a bureaucratic way. Like, look, you better say yes. You know, it's like that. Like, we're not trying to fuck you over, but you better say yes, or we will fuck you over. Terms. What's next? We need you to find them. No, I like it. I like it. Inconclusive is good. Like, oh, well, we don't know. Once you're in prison, we don't know what's going to happen to you. I hope you don't want to. I mean, I hope you guys don't need to find out. You know, that kind of. It makes inconclusive makes sense. Yeah, confiscated. Confiscated sounds good, actually. Your ship will be confiscated. Your crew will be imprisoned. And your futures will be... Inconclusive works, but maybe uncertain? Your futures will be uncertain. I think I like uncertain. Assuming we agree to your terms, what's next? Two ships are brought together can the situation be stabilized. No, I actually really appreciate you guys brainstorming with me. It actually does help me make it better, make it faster. I just hope that it's entertaining. Because I know it's just like, well, we're at 5.5 hours now. We're just kind of hanging out. Okay, and since this is a significant amount of dialogue, I don't want to overwhelm the player with too much dialogue. That's like something that I have a problem with. So I think I'm going to have a break where he goes, we can discuss the situation further. And then there will be another scene where maybe it's like the command structure of the other admirals and stuff, and they're forming that strategy of how they're going to capture the Raven. You know, where they've seen it before, leads they have on how to find it. I'm glad you're getting paid to watch my stream. I'm all for that. How are we going to do that? I don't even know where to start. The council has a strategy. It is still being developed. The council has a strategy. The details are still being developed. The details are still being developed. I know that a significant number of your crew died in the attack. I am assigning officers to assist you in operating your ship. The council will be ready to meet tomorrow to discuss the strategy. In the meantime, get back to your ship. Yeah, I do like the idea of perished. I do like that. The council will be ready to meet tomorrow to discuss the strategy, to discuss their strategy. In the meantime, head back to your ship, get to know not your new crew, your new, I don't want to use the word comrades, but like something like a comrade, your new crewmates. Yeah, convene is good. Man, I like your subtle suggestions in the dialogue. They're good. To discuss their strategy. In the meantime, and I have a bad habit of capitalizing words when it's in the middle of a sentence. Head back to your ship. Get to know your new crewmates. Your new compatriot. Well, let's try compatriot. cohort. Get to know your new cohorts. But isn't cohort kind of used when you're talking about somebody else, like almost with a negative connotation, like them and their cohorts? Like, you would never be like, you know what, dude, you're my cohort. You might say compatriot, but that's kind of weird too. Let's just stick with compatriots. You are dismissed. I expect to see you at 0700 hours tomorrow morning. Let's do this. In this context, what they're talking about is that, you know, in the earlier part of the game, your crew died. You know, you're like 37 of your crew died. It was like you beat them, but a lot of them died, and so your ship is like skeleton crew. So Commodore Wellington is telling you, you have to join Novus. You can't try to restore your original timeline, and we know that a bunch of your crew died, so I'm assigning other crewmen to your ship, and we have the plan for getting back the Raven tomorrow, but you need to go back to your ship now and meet your new officer friends, or your new crew, and you'll see like a Novus crew like mixed in with your crew, and maybe there will be some character of significance that you get to know on your ship, and then you go to sleep, and then you come the next day, and then there's some kind of plan that will be another scene. And then once that plan is devised, I think what ends up happening next is that you will go to a planet where there's a way for you to go through some kind of time gate, maybe similar to what the crystals came from, but different. And they know when and where the Raven has appeared before. And maybe the last part before you go through that time gate is a nice dungeon with combat and stuff. So, or maybe there's a fleet battle above too. And that way there's gameplay there. And then once you get through, then you go through that time gate, and then the screen fades to white, and then that's the end of the prologue, where it's like a mystery what happened to him. And then of course you'll find out the mystery when you play the main game, but that's kind of what I'm going for. I think I've kind of got an idea of what's going to happen now. Yeah, crew. Get to know your new crew. Yeah, why didn't I say that from the start? That makes total sense. Get to know your new crew. Yeah, obviously. I expect to see you at 0700 hours tomorrow. Dismissed. Okay. So now that we spent about, what, 30 minutes, 45 minutes writing that, now I gotta play it and see how it feels when you read it. And usually with these dialogues, I read it out loud, like, so you can kind of get a feel for what it's like if you were talking to a person. I just have to go back in here one more time because it's just so fun. Everybody's having a good time. Okay. And I might make it where he gets out of his chair or something, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Captain Everson, Lieutenant Archer, I hope you found the station's accommodations adequate. As it has been. Did you have a chance to speak with your superiors? Yes. I'm afraid I have some bad news. The Council has decided that they can't allow your ship to leave at this time. What? Why? Your ship and your crew come from what can only be described as an alternate timeline. A timeline which, if restored, means that Nova's Federation will cease to exist. This would be an unacceptable outcome. We fought too hard for our progress to just disappear in the blink of an eye. You're taking our ship? I didn't... relax, Captain. I didn't say that. Then what are you saying? Well, reviewing your ship's logs regarding the slipstream gate, one thing stood out, the heavy cruiser, known as the Raven. What about it? We've seen it before, in previous encounters. Until today, its origin was a mystery. Based on the logs you provided regarding the alien artifacts, it seems the timeline can only be stabilized once the crystals are brought together in balance. Which means we have to find and retrieve the Raven. Yes. How are we going to do that without our ship? I never said we're taking away your ship, but we do have terms. What kind of terms? The Council is offering you and your crew membership within the Novus Federation. You will also be able to maintain command of your ship. But you must agree to the following terms and conditions. Under no circumstances will you attempt to restore your timeline. You will obey the command structure of Novus Federation, just like any other officer. Which means you'll be taking orders from me. What if we refuse? If you refuse, your ship will be confiscated, your crew will be imprisoned, and your futures will be uncertain. Assuming we agree to your terms, what's next? We need you to find and retrieve the TRS Raven. Only when the two ships are brought together can the situation be stabilized. How are we going to do that? I don't even know where to start. The Council has a strategy. The details are still being developed. I know that a significant number of your crew perished in the attack. I'm assigning officers to assist you in operating your ship. The Council will be ready to convene tomorrow to discuss their strategy. In the meantime, head back to your ship, get to know your crew, your new crew. I expect to see you at 0700 hours tomorrow. Dismissed. Understood. Okay, so I felt like that was pretty good. I do think that there needs to be more more hesitation on the side of the captain. And I'll add that in a little later, a little bit of hesitation where he has to kind of convince her. But that kind of gives a good little interlude to what happens next. And now I go back to the ship and there'll be a bunch of these guys running around where it's almost like they're kind of halfway taking over your ship, but you're still kind of in command of it. It's kind of like they arm wrestled you into joining them. So I see now they're all over your ship and they like outnumber you and okay, let me look at that typo then. Until today, its origin was a mystery. Doesn't that, I think that makes sense. We've seen it before in previous encounters. Until today, its origin was a mystery. Okay, now, him standing here like this is not supposed to happen, but it happened because I fixed it, but I fixed it after the fact, so if I replayed the game over again, he really would be in the right spot. So normally he wouldn't be standing like down like this. Found a bug. Found a bug. I gotta make it so that after the battle is over, that items that you missed crisis over 657. Okay. 657. Yeah, the armory is where you first start out, when you're when your ship gets fucked up in the beginning. But I gotta copy that crisis over and okay, I did it on the other ones, but not that one. There's so many little details when making a game that if you do things in like the wrong order, it's like, oh man, fuck. And it's hard as the developer because you know how to play your own game, so it's like you could play 100 times and like never run into the bug. But then if somebody else like does things, discovers it their own way, and then does things like out of order, then a serious bug can happen. And that's why it's always good to get other people to play your game and get feedback from that, because it just makes the game a lot better. No, the weapons aren't locked. They'll just disappear So, like, in the beginning, when you first are... When you have to fight, these things are sitting on the table and you can pick them up, equip them, or whatever. But when you go up to them to pick it up, your character says something. He says, oh, a Matcon scythe, a deadly weapon of choice with its own perks, and then you pick up the weapon. But what happens if you don't pick up the weapon? And you go through this part of the game, and then the crisis ends, and then now you're the captain instead of Archer, and you come back into this room, and you go and try to pick up the weapon. Then it will have the dialogue of Archer talking and picking up the weapon instead of the captain. So I just made it so there's a page on here that's crisis over, and once the crisis is over, the item will just be off the table. Kind of like a quick and dirty way to do it. So, you know, in the beginning, you are in the armory. Oh yeah, this guy. I'll make that a little bit less clunky, but yeah, I wanted to make it seem like your ship was really being boarded. Skipping past this part. The commander has been killed. What's the status on neutralizing the boarding party? I don't want to lose any more lives today. You heard the captain. Get ready to move out. And see, of course, you can pick up all these items. Swords used to be obsolete until they were equipped with a personal teleporter. That was a game changer. Yeah. And now maybe when maybe by the time this finally releases, maybe I won't have 7 of them on your team at the beginning, because I think 7 isn't too much, but maybe having 7 people on your team right at the beginning is too much. So I might make it so that like you start off with like 3 of them, and then you find others that are trapped around the ship, and then they join you. So you get a few battles in with a few before you have all 7. Cat-like reflexes. Seven characters in the party is max. But when you play the game, you know, it's kind of like Suikoden, where you can have like 50 possible teammates, but only 7 at a time. Yeah, 7. And since this game is shorter, I kind of made it so that the skill trees, that you get more knowledge points than you get in the main game. So you can learn skills faster. But it might be a situation where maybe having the whole skill tree in the prologue might not be necessary. Maybe like for the prologue it would be better if I just didn't have the skill trees and some of the characters just had some skills. Because it's not, you know, it's going to be like a 5-hour long game, and then, but I'm basically just recycling or cannibalizing the main game and adding a few scenes. And so I'm still using like a copy of the main game and then cutting parts out of it to make this game. Prologue, the skill trees for the prologue are exactly the same as the skill trees in the main game. It's just the same. It's just that the main game is a lot longer, and you learn those skills over time more gradually. Whereas in this game, you might only have your team for, you know, an hour or two in gameplay terms, like max. So it might actually be useful for the prologue to just give the characters some unique skills and not have the skill tree at all. And then when you play the main game, it'll be like upgraded functionality from the prologue. Because it might be too much. It might be that I'm throwing too much at the player too fast in the beginning. And I kind of, some of the feedback I've received indicates that. So I can kind of stretch it out a little bit. Make it where, because sometimes you gotta ease the player in. You can get really complex, but you got to do like one stepping stone to another to that complexity, rather than like, here it is, all at once. Realistically, in Origins, the player's not going to get to use most of the skill tree. It'll be not that important, actually, for the prologue. So it might be better if, because like each of these guys that joins your team, one's like a medic, one's like an engineer, another one's a researcher, another one's a combatant. So maybe it might be better if I just took the skill tree out and then gave each one of them like specific skills that they would have gotten if they used the skill tree. And like each person comes with like 3 skills or something, like from the start. And then those are the skills they have, and that's it. Because because you're only playing for like 5 hours max, and most of it is like story stuff. So that might be a better way to go. That way the player doesn't have to learn a skill tree system that they're not even going to use, and then in battle they already have some preset skills that they can try to use. And that's probably what I'm going to end up doing, but yeah. But yeah, this has been fun. But I'm at the 6-hour mark, and I'm hitting my my limit. But I think I'm gonna do one tomorrow too. So I am gonna call it quits for now. But I think I'm gonna do another probably another long stream tomorrow and continuing to work on this, unless something pops up. Because I need to get this done. I need to get... Saturday is my day usually. I was lucky today that it was slow. And so I think I'm going to take it up tomorrow, but if any of you guys are actually... if any of you guys are actually going to be online tomorrow, I think I'm going to do another stream. So you guys take it easy. Have a wonderful night. And good luck.